matter how weak people think a team is, they will fight for their life, and I think that it will be really hard matches.
There's a clear threat. Like, we were 0-13, there's a lot of issues in the team. We'd be pretty foolish if we think we can get relegated.
Misfits cannot be stopped! They'll take the Nexus! They'll take the game! I cannot believe what I am seeing!
Didn't expect to win at all. Just want to be like, no pressure and just play with the team. And we can just win both teams and go to LCS.
Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of the EU LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. Origen, they're looking to protect their spot in the league right now, starting with a win today against Misfits Academy. But of course, Misfits Academy, they themselves are looking to try and train wreck their way into the LCS. Origen, they want to hang on, Stress. Oh man, this is going to be a good one. We're seeing Origen setting up their spot, Misfits Academy as well. Good evening, everybody. I'm Devin Pirate, Technics Young, and with me here for this series is James Stress O'Leary, of course. How you doing today, man?
It's going to be a good one. I think when you look at things, these are two teams that are very evenly matched. Let's get into this series. I cannot wait.
Not wasting any time. But we got to go over what happened yesterday. Fnatic, they took down, Fnatic Academy rather, took down Giants. It was a 3-1 win, first in the series of the promotion tournament. That means Fnatic are 1 win away from qualifying into the LCS. The big leagues with Giants, they've got a tougher road ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. When you look at yesterday's series, it looked in game 1 perhaps like Giants were able to hang on. Fnatic, everything seemed to be going in their way, and we thought the Fnatic Academy had won game 1. Giants would eventually bounce back. But Fnatic Academy, 3-1 on the series, bringing out a few more picks like the Fizz that we saw from Kikis, and overall just seemed stronger than Giants yesterday. And that was one of the questions we had about Giants selecting Fnatic Academy was, do they just get outmatched? And unfortunately for Giants, they find themselves down in the losers bracket. That means if they lose one more time, they're out of the promotion tournament and have to play in the summer split in Challenger Series.
Yeah, and that's something that Giants haven't had to contend with for a while. They have been to the promotion tournament a lot, but always make it out. We'll see if they can manage to do it this time around, but Fnatic Academy looking strong.
Yeah, exactly. Fnatic Academy, of course, will play next week. And in that series, if they get one more win, they're in the LCS already.
Yep. But they'll have to face off whoever wins. Now, turning to the next fight on the road to the big stage, we have a Misfits Academy who upset the heavy favorite Schalke with a 3-1 win in the Challenger Series playoffs. I mean, they really stopped the tank in its tracks.
They did. It was an impressive performance that you could clearly see Misfits had prepared for, drafting well against Schalke, pushing them back onto these later game picks. And honestly, when you look at things in contention, Pride Stalker showed up massively in this series. The Rengar, the Kha'Zix, this is a guy that played his first series on stage and absolutely destroyed a former Worlds participant in LCS.
Yeah, I say what you want about his champion pool, but the guy only died when he played Graves, and that was just in one game.
Yeah, the other 3 games went unkilled. One other player that we've got to keep our eyes on from the mid lane is CosQ, and he's a player that is no stranger to situations like that, although maybe needs a bit of a wake-up call, still yawning from the rest of the day, but you can see his performance in CS playoffs, not exactly the best, but I think he's found his own recently. On this Misfits lineup, I think it's the strongest base that he's had for a very long time.
That's very true, and you know, having the experience, whether or not you have success in playoffs, in promotion tournaments, being able to be there, being on that big stage several times, it means that some of the pressure, at least some of the overwhelming feeling, is not going to be there for him.
And I think one thing that's key for Misfits and CosQ specifically is winning the laning phase against Origen. It is going to be a close affair between both teams, but I think if Misfits can get that edge, maybe get Pride Stalker rolling, that's the kind of thing that Misfits can use to get a series win.
Yeah, well, Origen will be hoping that that's not the case. On the other hand, they were viewed as one of the best teams in Europe when they first qualified for the LCS, and man, that was a whole huge story for them, going all the way to the World Semifinals in the same year. But today, they're a shadow of their former self.
Exactly. It was Challenger to Worlds, and they're on the verge of going back down to Challenger again. You can see their results over the last 2 years have gradually declined, and unfortunately, they failed to win a single series this spring split in the LCS. It's been a tough time for Origen, and I think the Misfits are actually a team that Origen can beat. I think it's not a certainty, Origen are going to have to bring their A game here, and I think Misfits could be the team that could give them their first win of the year.
Yeah, that's very possible. They seem to have made some improvements in recent weeks, of course, and it's kind of hard to tell what is the condition of Origen right now. What is the win condition for them in this match? It seems like if they can stop the snowball, maybe that's the big thing.
And that has to start in picks and bans. It has to be the Rengar, the Kazakhs, at least being pushed away from Pridestalker. Of course, Graves was another one of those champions, but so much revolved for Misfits Academy in the jungle matchup. And I think that's key number one. Key number two is Xpeke. His leadership, I know a lot of people have talked about his brain for strategy and that kind of thing. It is going to be higher than most challenger players will have of their experience. Like, you can't really doubt that. So I think they have to stick with Peke, maybe on some of these supports that he's seen, the Braum, the Lulu, although they may not always be conventional in the likes of the Braum, I think they can work very well and give him that ability to shot call the team to success.
Yeah, it's whatever works for the team. The Peke effect has been something that's been discussed at length and relied on by, honestly, several iterations of the Origen lineup. So we'll see if it's enough to come bear today. But as the teams are readying up for picks and bans, we're going to go ahead and run down the lineups of today's combatants. Starting on the red side, it is going to be Origen for game number one, which means up in the top lane, we have got Sartorius. In the jungle, it is Synkrov. Mid laner, Nahun. ADC is Tabs, and their support, Xpeke, along with the coach, Leduc.
Yeah, that is the red side. Origen have the choice of side selection, and that means that Misfits Academy are on the blue side of the stage for game one of this best of five. In the top lane, it's Jisoo. In the jungle, Pridestalker. Mid lane, Kozq. AD carry, Yuki. Support Dreams, and returning to the stage once again, former LCS player, Unlimited.
Yeah, well, we have a bit of a tradition of former Copenhagen Wolves players turning into coaches. Unlimited is maybe hoping he can join the greats.
That's the joke, right? By the end of all of this, all the Copenhagen Wolves players are going to be coaches on stage
or
for
great
teams.
players in other leagues. Like,
yeah, they gave us so many great players.
Yeah.
So many, like, everybody that went on to be a player from Copenhagen Wolves succeeded so well. So many names. You know, Reckless, Forgiven. Only players, though.
yeah, definitely.
Deficio.
And then we had Deficio. It's a whole nother story. All right, just as a reminder to everybody, we are still on patch 7.6, as we will be throughout this tournament and the playoffs, and Galio not enabled.
Yep, not enabled. As I said, 7.6. We're going to have to see if Unlimited's Copenhagen Wolves promotion tournament armor remains for Misfits Academy. So at this point, we've got to look at it. Have Origen research Misfits with this Tahm Kench ban. Dreams has played it a bunch, but also it's a very standard ban to take away. Malzahar's off the table as well, so already focused down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, that was a big part of Misfits Academy's success against Schalke. They clearly came to the table having done their homework and knowing that they've been going to face up against Origen for a couple days now. Let's see what they can come to bear. Have the backing of the Misfits organization as a whole as well.
And this is where, thankfully, we're seeing a little bit of priority towards the jungle. And this is different to yesterday. I really was confused when LCS Team Giants banned Rek'Sai in yesterday's game. It showed me they perhaps were underestimating Fnatic Academy, whereas Origen taking this to the next level. It's got to take away those key picks. Rengar is a meta pick as well. You don't want Misfits Academy first picking it, but if they don't ban Graves here,
there we go.
It's first pickable. Misfits Academy now. If they have to focus the Kazakhs early, this gives a lot of pace.
But Misfits Academy have decided to do a quick lock-in of Lulu here. Take that one potentially away from Xpeke, but also just a popular choice now with the less mobile AD carries coming back into the fold.
I like this. It now also kind of drags Tabs and Peke away, perhaps from a situation where they're playing a very defensive bottom lane. I mean, Lulu assists on the push quite well, but the thing is, Tabs, he's a carry that we know later on into the game can do very well himself. So taking away that protection from Origen is a good start for Misfits.
Yeah, it looks like Origen have decided to take the Lee Sin in the jungle, though. They're not going to deny the Kazakhs pick away for Misfits Academy, so Synkrov has that. It's a comfortable choice, and the Kennen gets locked in. And we've been seeing a lot more Kennen lately, but the question is this going to be up top for Sartorius?
Exactly. This is a little different out of Sartorius. We haven't seen the Kennen out of him, and only a handful of these lane bully style champions tended more towards Rumble and other tanks. Interested to see now, of course, there is the old Fnatic flex if this is going down to the AD carry role, but I don't expect that for Tabs. He's played a lot of Ashe, he's played a lot of Varus. These kind of champions have done very well for Tabs in his career. Not so well for Origen recently, of course. Not the best winning record overall.
All right, the Kazakhs is now locked in for Pridestalker. He'll have a very comfortable champion choice there. And for Misfits, what's next for them? Looking like they might want to pick themselves up a mid laner, or maybe save that one for later and grab something more AD carry oriented. I guess Jisoo, they could pick up his top lane choice too, but we've been seeing people wait to try and counterpick that. However, Shen has made it through the pick and ban phase so far, and now he's snagged away.
Very rarely does Shen make it through the pick and ban phase recently in Europe, and this is a big change, but I think it's because of so much priority needing to be placed on the jungle. And now this gives us a little bit more of an idea that perhaps it is Tabs playing the Kennen AD carry here. They've taken now the Gangplank, the standard matchup that people have played for a very long time, into this Shen. Of course, waiting for later on, being able to deny Shen any ability to push.
Yeah, Sartorius is going for a different kind of carry than we might have imagined. Origen in their second ban phase. Take away the Katarina. That was an old CosQ special.
And I think the other champion, if they're looking towards mid lane, they have to take away is the Cassiopeia, because that is another pick that has been so influential for CosQ. Origen may be looking here to pick a Syndra for themselves, or if they end up going for the support here and last picking mid lane, we get to see what Nahyun can pick when faced with something like a Syndra from CosQ.
Well, Nahyun has definitely showed up with a fairly big champion pool, even if it hasn't had a lot of success. The Cassiopeia is going to be banned away by Origen.
And this is the kind of pick that Ducky, although a lot of people look at him and his experience in coaching, may not have the most successful LCS record, but he's been in and out of Challenger, and that means he's seen every time CosQ has been in and out of promotion tournaments, and you know you've got to ban away his Cassiopeia. If you let it through, it's a big pick for this guy, and he's been able to do very well. May still go for something like an Ari if it's available into a good matchup, or a Vladimir would be another option for CosQ.
Yeah, Misfits Academy still have a lot of weapons, but of course they want to wait, get some of those things to come online, and the game plan we thought might be Misfits Academy going for the snowball, but they've got themselves some later game insurance. Origen though, are they going to pick their mid laner blind here? It looks like that might be the case.
Yeah, it's a decent plan here. Echo is going to be the likely pickup here from CosQ. You could always go the Vladimir as well. Depends whether Misfits want to play out on the side lanes. With this Shen already there, the Kha'Zix also provides a lot of threat moving between lanes. They may go for side lane control, but if they want to go another route for more team fight, that's when they start looking at the likes of a Vladimir, that kind of pick.
Yep, they got the bars all locked in, and there's still a few more options.
Now this may very well get locked in, because CosQ is an Akali old one trick back in 2014. Haven't seen it out of him in Challenger for a long time, and he's picked it up.
Season 4's back, baby.
I was thinking about this earlier in rehearsal. CosQ, big smile on his face right now, looks over at Nahyun. Of course, this may very well be the most winnable matchup for Nahyun and CosQ. Both of them not exactly able to compete with some of the LCS's best. Now what do Origen have down in that support role?
Well, it's all depending on what Peke picks. He wants to get himself a little bit more sustained for his lane, and it's the Nami lock-in, so you don't get to see that tanky one. This is actually not a very tanky lineup on the side of Origen. They're going to be relying very heavily on Syncroft in the front line, but some of this does scream, can we get our lanes ahead early?
And when you look at two assassins on the side of Misfits Academy with the likes of this Akali, the Kha'Zix, now you've got a low frontline team for Origen. Even like a GP, a Lee Sin will get picked off if these champions start to snowball, and Misfits Academy could look to run away with this game.
Yeah, and that's the worry that we had for Origen. If they get snowballed on early, Misfits Academy could really take it to them, but still a little bit of risk there. Mitigated somewhat by the fact that they have a Shen, something we rarely see make it through the pick and ban phase, pairing it with the Kha'Zix and the likes of Pride Stalker's hands. Misfits Academy and Unlimited, they have to be very happy with what they've managed to snag in the draft.
Yeah, I think they will be when you look at comfort picks as well. We obviously haven't seen CosQ on this Akali. We've seen very few Akali games in the world, though. Only 5 games this split. 2 of them were from Kikis in Challenger in the top lane. Very different.
And they won.
Coaches shake hands, getting ready. Of course, this is round 1 of the promotion tournament. You don't lose and go out here. It's a double chance because it's a double elimination bracket.
But it puts you in a much more comfortable position. You do not want to have to fall down into that elimination match. Misfits Academy and Origen are bringing the heat for game number 1. We want to know what you guys have to say about it. Hop on Twitter and cast your votes. Hashtag MFA win or hashtag OG win. We'll find out as game number 1 loads up, and we are going onto the Rift.
Very tense feeling in the studio. Of course, no audience in for the promotion tournament, so you can hear the players start to chatter away just a little bit. You can see early game strategy settling in for themselves. This could be a long series. Best of 5. Winner advances to face Fnatic Academy. Of course, they beat Giants yesterday. Will Origen be the second LCS team to fall in 1 week to 2 challenger teams?
Yes, indeed. Some unexpected appearances here in this promotion tournament. Misfits Academy, it was something that even Origen, they necessarily weren't expecting. We heard from Sartorius in an interview earlier on this week. Talked about, hey, we're up against these guys. We're not as worried about them as we were Fnatic Academy, and that kind of echoes, I think, what a lot of us were saying with Giants' decision to pick the Fnatic Academy squad in the first round.
Yeah, I was perplexed by that decision because, to me, when looking at this, you want to match lane for lane against the weakest challenger opponents in air quotes. And I feel like Misfits Academy, although they are a strong team, don't match up lane for lane as well as Fnatic Academy did. A lot of experience for LCS pros. But what we saw out of Misfits Academy was a sum of all parts come together very well. Pride Stalker was the initial tip of the spear, and then everything else from Misfits Academy fell in place behind it and really worked out well. We'll have to see if they can do the same against Syncrov and Origen.
Absolutely, and for Misfits Academy, it was definitely a surprise showing, and I think it was even surprising within the org itself. I had the pleasure to talk to Hussein, the coach of the Big Sister Misfits squad, earlier in the week, and he said, hey, this is a team that we hadn't really given a lot of experience scrims to up until the playoffs, and when we did, they seemed to really have a much better understanding on how LCS level teams shot call, and it came to bear in that playoff match against Schalke.
Well, they're going to have to do a decent job playing around this Akali that they have as well, but early game has to go over mid lane, over to Nahian. Has hit level 2 early, but that's not the key thing. It's because he's bullying Cosq back away from the wave. Akali, melee matchup. Tough early game against the Syndra, but you can see a lot of minions in the wave in front of him. If you can clear these up without taking too much more harass, he should be in an okay spot, but just needs extra time.
Yeah, a little bit to see if he can get himself ahead. Maybe this is an opportunity for Pride Stalker to try and get involved a little early on and get the snowball rolling on the other side. Syncrov, he'll have plenty of opportunities to make his way to lanes as the Lee Sin. Take a look up top as Jisoo and Sartorius duel it out. That's a nice
Sartorius
flashing forward, a follow through, and it's first blood for Jisoo.
That should almost never happen. I mean, Gangplank, yes, okay, he has the tough start to the matchup. He has to wait, buy time. That's a big mistake from Sartorius up in this top lane. Jisoo just 1v1ing him down. We were talking about laning prowess. Jisoo shows up and goes, no, I am the better laner here right now. Picks up first blood. Massive, important first blood as well. This delays Gangplank for a long time in the game.
Yep, still level 2 right now. And see what happens when you don't have oranges. It's not K. Unfortunately for Sartorius, he burns through his flash and now has to burn his TP as well early on. And Misfits Academy, the solo kill up top after an early start.
Yeah, this was the solo queue. As he said, didn't have the remove Scurvy. Gets taunted in a few minions. A lot of damage comes out. It's a cannon wave as well, so that additional damage coming through. Easy first kill for Jisoo. That was just poor decision-making from Sartorius to take that trade. Good taunt comes out from Jisoo. And now, look at how far Sartorius is having to play up in the lane. And if a Kha'Zix comes top lane after a recall here, Sartorius is in trouble. No flash means he will likely die. Also doesn't have a teleport, so if anything happens again, he's going to be delayed back to the lane.
Oh yeah, that's a little rough right now, and Jisoo definitely doing well on this Shen to kick things off. One of the reasons this champion's banned a lot here in Europe, and Sartorius hasn't had to play off against it on this Gangplank here. Now Syncrof's coming through.
Yeah, this is Origen compensating though. Look at it. Double wards come up to the top side, trying to make sure they can track Pride Stalker through the jungle. There is a blast cone, I believe, available for Pride Stalker that he's about to hop over. Will jump in. Sartorius is in so much trouble again. He's no flash, remember.
They saw this coming, but Pride Stalker out of the blue just nabs a kill, or at least an assist, as Jisoo gets another Syncrov. Was not close enough.
The blast plant was the key into the river there, and by the time you've got yourself in the river, Sartorius was too far up in the lane. This is catastrophic for the Origen lineup, and we were talking about, could they maintain? Would it be Pride Stalker that would carry this through? Well, Jisoo's had the easy game already. This is a 2-kill Shen that has the Tiamat already, plus a cloth armor. Yeah, this Shen is going to be able to be pushing the entire game for a very long time until Sartorius can actually answer it.
Yeah, he's going to hit early level 6 as well, so if Misfits Academy want to start making side lane plays, they definitely can. This is a big start for these guys, and, well, first one was all alone, but the second time he had that assist from Pride Stalker.
And this is where you've got to wonder. Sartorius is a player that has played a lot in Challenger, but not in promotion games. This is his first real time playing for his LCS spot, and it seems like he's a little uneasy to begin this one off. It's going to be an important one for Origen to stabilize, and that's what this move into the top side does, is they're trying to bring Kennen and Nami to push this tower, alleviate some of the pressure, and try and force Jisoo back away.
Well, looks like they've done it for now. However, Yuki and Dreams are on their way. How much damage can Origen get off this tower? Jisoo trying to clear away some minions, the help of the Tiamat there, and Peke and Tabs haven't been able to get too much more damage. Bubble comes up, but Yuki has arrived. So for now, they'll push them back, and we just have a delayed swap, but it's matched.
And because we're so early on, there's very little threat from this Gangplank, from this Kennen, up in the top side. Now Tabs has to be careful with all this damage.
Ooh, dodge on the bubble, piercing arrow doesn't connect. You can see Sartorius, he's not finishing his back right now. It's a lot of time spent, but will it pay off? And
because of this, look, Jisoo's already hit 6. He's the other side of the map because they know Stand United and the teleporter are available. So for Misfits, they're winning out on this. Sartorius is late to the bottom side. He's going to lose experience, lose time in this matchup, but what it did do was stop Jisoo from getting any farm and getting anything like that. It's a very minor stopgap for Origen. This does not rescue Sartorius at all. But for a moment, it buys time for that flash and that teleport to come back up.
Yeah, so now we're going to be in a swap situation with both the dual lanes up to the top side. It's 1,000 gold lead for Misfits Academy, but with an Infernal on the bottom side, how does this change the landscape of the early game?
Realistically, not a whole lot, because both Lee Sin and Kha'Zix can solo Drake. So as soon as you see one jungler commit to the top side, the other will take the dragon and likely look for bot lane tower as well. So there's not going to be a massive fight over dragon, I wouldn't expect, especially with both teleport users up on the top side. It's not going to come down to Sartorius and Jisoo. It's all on Pride Stalker and Synchro.
Yeah, and speaking about Pride Stalker, honestly, he was a huge part of the reason that they were able to take on the game against Schalke. He's showing up huge again, starting on this dragon after getting the assist. And you see how he played it out. We mentioned it, only one game did he even die, and that was the one they lost.
Yeah, exactly. You can see his Kha'Zix game as well was insane. Double thumbs up, 9-0-7 on that game. That's an Infernal Drake going over, and as we said, there's no big fight over the dragon because Pride Stalker, an easy take on this, and he's got his Kha'Zix. Despite there being Rengar bans and Graves bans, he's on a comfortable jungler, and his top laner has already won half of the map for him. Look at how Origen is struggling. Misfits just back away. They know they don't need to commit here now. They have the confirmation Synchro's here. You just concede, and bot tower looks like it's going first anyway.
Oh man, Jisoo was proxying the wave as Shen right now. This is insane right here. They're gonna get themselves the first tower gold, knocks it down while Origen are trying to trade, and oh man, this just keeps on snowballing. Origen was not too far behind on grabbing the tower, but still they're falling behind in the gold game.
And you can't emphasize how important this whole passage of play with the first blood and then denying Sartorius escape from the lane for the second kill as well. 7 levels on Jisoo. Sartorius is only level 5. The ultimate's been available for Jisoo for a long time. Sartorius doesn't have it. Gangplank is all based around you get Trinity Force and a second item, and at that point, you easily deny Shen his ability to push, and you can match to some extent his global with the Cannon Barrage. Neither of those are available. Jisoo just hit level 8. Sartorius is still level 5.
I mean, he's been stuck under his second tier tower right now. They've been locking him up, delaying this Gangplank power spike. He doesn't even have a Sheen yet.
No.
He's still sitting on the long sword and the mana crystal. I mean, this is such a slowdown right here, and all the while it's buying Cos-Q time, you know, to get within striking distance of Nahan.
The entire gold lead for Misfits Academy currently sits in Jisoo's purse, pocket, whatever you want to call it, wherever he keeps his money. Under his mattress, in cash.
He's got a lot of it.
Has he got it in stock? Because right now he's put a lot of stock in ninjas.
Yes.
This Shen is working out very well for him. 2-0, will recall soon. Of course, 1,700 gold on his person means he's going to be able to, whether it's finish that Titanic Hydra, go towards some other itemization to give him that winning matchup for a lot longer. We'll see where he goes.
Yep, 10 minutes into the
Tabby.
game, yeah. He's going to go ahead and get the... I mean, it's thematically appropriate, come on. But with the way the league is right now, obviously, there's a fair amount of AD on this Origen side with the Gangplank being the top lane choice and, you know, that being an AD Kennen and all. So the big difference maker could be Nahun. He's picking himself up some new pairs of boots, try and get that magic damage in there.
And that's one lane that is going okay for Origen. You look at it, as a mid lane, Cosq is down in CS, and Cosq also has an added difficulty that he normally wouldn't run into, is he wants to try and get the AD carry, wants to try and get the mid lane. There's a lot of crowd control between those two picks alone. Kennen pop slicing Maelstrom, locks Akali down, maybe Cosq struggles.
Speaking of.
If it's a 1v1 though, that's
flashes.
a whole lot easier.
Yeah, but Peke's here. It's a 1v2, and he's getting the Shen shield on. Can he make it out in time? There we go. Tabs narrowly making his escape as Cosq walks out of the cannon barrage. A lot invested to keep him alive, though.
So you get to see both sides of that. The damage out of Cosq as he jumps on to Tabs, the Tabs as well, the survivability, the crowd control, the heal, the flash. As long as it's all up, Tabs shouldn't really die. And Cosq struggled to get himself in there. I want to see more from Nahun, the opposition for Cosq, because Nahun really struggled against the EU LCS's mid laners. Can he do well against arguably one of the most consistent challenger mid laners for the last 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, as much as this matchup is, you know, test number 1 for Origen and the EU LCS survivability, this is also a big test for Nahun because he hasn't been able to show up against the EU LCS mid laners. If he can do it up against Cosq, that gives him some serious hope here. Right now, he's not doing too bad, but how much of that is the matchup?
For Cosq and Nahun?
Yeah.
Majority of the matchup right now. We haven't put too much of a focus on this Akali in the early game, but there was quite a lot of CS disparity. Cosq did drop down to the Dragon and make plays elsewhere on the map, which means naturally he will be losing out on the farm game. His role is going to be a little later on into this game, jumping on those backline threats, trying to get any squishies that he can. If he can bypass the Scat of the Week, theoretically he can blow up Nahun pretty effectively. Can even do it to Sartorius, who has started itemizing for some sort of security. This does heavily delay his Trinity Force, which means his wave clear is affected, which means his viability up against Shen is also somewhat affected too. Sartorius is having a very rough game here, and we're only 13 minutes in.
Yeah, and honestly, it definitely seems a little bit more out of the comfort zone for Sartorius, even in the champion choice, because he was always known as a guy who could set up carries, but not necessarily be one himself. We always looked at him playing a lot of like tanks, AP even, kind of tanks, but not so much the big carries like Gangplank.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, Sartorius has been around Challenger. You know, in some of the teams we saw him on, playing for a long time during the period where Shen Gangplank was like the standard matchup. So although it's probably a rusty one for him, we know he has to have practiced this. Every top laner did. And Jisoo, he's practiced getting away from that attempted bot lane gank because that's easy. He just taunts out, doesn't have to use flash, easy peasy.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be the stealthiest ninjas to get away from that one, but meanwhile, look what Misfits Academy are able to get done up in the top side with Cosq and Pride Stalker. Taking a few minion waves out, able to knock that one down and get themselves another lead. Pride Stalker going for the red buff as well. And the gold lead continues to grow for Misfits Academy. Origen a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah, looks to be the case. 1,000 gold down. They will even up some of that with this tower on the bottom side. A lot of why this gold lead isn't so more heavily in favor of Misfits Academy is because, you know, you can see Gangplank has had a little bit of time to farm up. Of course, Nahun has that farm lead we were talking about earlier, and everywhere else is mostly even. There's a 500 gold difference between junglers as well. So, interested to see how the ebb and the flow of the gold lead goes back and forth as these early towers have fallen.
The question is, though, for Misfits Academy, it seemed like, not that they really stopped making moves on the map, but that they just kind of stopped going for the big plays and focusing more on trying to trade objectives, which Origen have been happy to match. Synkrov now taking out a Cloud Drake solo while it's all happening. And is that the right choice for Misfits Academy, though?
I don't necessarily know whether this is a choice for Misfits Academy, in the sense that I think if Pride Stalker has these 2 kills, his mentality on, I'm going to carry this, I'm going to go into lanes and start blowing people up and trying to just get anything we can, is going to take over from Misfits. Because it's on Jisoo on a tank, I don't think the team really has it in their minds that they have this advantage. I think they'll know they're ahead, but I don't think they're wanting to fight with this Akali, with this Kha'Zix yet, because they're just thinking, okay, we're ahead, let's just close this game out, which is a more composed way of thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. That's the kind of thing that we don't usually see out of, the lower league teams, and a big part of why Misfits Academy were able to get to the stage that they were, knowing how to play things out without taking too much risk. However, trying to shore up their advantages here, it's on to Rift Herald, and we'll see if it's Pride Stalker or KazQ who picks this one up.
Is that a second item Knight's Vow for Jisoo?
Oh, it is.
What?
I mean, technically he didn't even finish his Tiamat item, right? Because that's not how you do it first.
I mean, so it gives you health, it gives you regen, it gives you armor, but it's so reliant on being next to an allied champion. And Shen, most of his time, will be out on the side lane. Of course, will ult in on people. Oh, tabs.
KazQ, is he gonna get baited? It is the case, and wave goodbye as Syncroft picks up the kill. KazQ steps in a little too far forward, and now Pride Stalker's on the retreat path.
Yeah, knows he can't really be aggressive here. 3 members of Origen were out in that side lane as KazQ went aggressive, and that is really slowing down the Misfits Academy setup here. Of course, as we were talking about, it's not Pride Stalker with those kills, so not always looking to get in with the Akali or the Shen and try and continue things on. This is a very unorthodox top lane matchup when it comes to itemization. Knight's Vow up against Asterix Gage Gangplank, which makes a lot of sense, but this is the engage again. KazQ jumps in, Slicing Maelstrom shuts him down, kick out from Syncroft, follows in with the rest of the damage. It's easy, 3-on-1 should always go that way. They only got the heal, tabs didn't even flash.
Hey man, it's the old saying, whenever you're up in a ninja fight, bring a few more friends and you're gonna come out ahead. Origen, they get themselves 1 kill. It goes into Syncroft.
I must admit, I've not really heard that saying a whole lot.
Gotta read more.
Okay. I've been reading more recently, but it's not.
Well, you're not reading the right books, apparently.
I know, right?
All right. I want to touch back on the junglers, too, because while we talk about Pride Stalker being, a new player, 17-year-old kind of wonder kid, and really shoring up and showing up in the Schalke series, Syncroft is still pretty new to the LCS stage as well. He's only had 8 games played on the big stage since transferring from the LVP.
Yeah, it's been a rough setup for Syncroft coming into a team that had basically already been relegated at that point, so tried to come in and get a couple of wins in the last few weeks of the season, but wasn't to be. I think he's had a decent performance, and I want to see more from this guy as he goes on to KazQ. That's exactly what we're going to get.
Okay, KazQ out on the side lanes, getting triple teamed once again, and even adding Sartorius's ultimate to the mix. But now let's see what Misfits Academy can get done in the mid lane. They are pushing a wave of their own, but Nahun is here to intercept. Around the side goes Pride Stalker. The minion wave's not going to survive for very long. Scout of the week. Nahun's able to defend here. A lot of vision invested by Origen up in this top side. Pride Stalker's still looking for an in, but he's kind of had to settle for counter jungle for the last few minutes.
Yeah, he has been just farming up the storm. You can see him ahead of Syncroft. Does still have a gold lead, even though Syncroft has been involved in exchanges between himself. I want to come back to this Shen. I've checked the recent builds for Shen just in case anybody's doing anything, because you don't quite get to catch all of the games. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first competitive game that is on record that Knight's Vow is being built.
I think there might have been another one.
So many. Oh yeah, there was. Sorry, you are right. Rocks Tigers versus SKT.
That was it.
Thank you very much. I knew I'd seen it once more.
And it was Huni.
It was Huni. So
of course it was
Jisoo
Huni.
thought he's Huni to begin this one off. Interested by it. Obviously, will have an effect in team fights.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is that the plan for Misfits Academy? We talked about the double assassin composition and how low of a frontline Origen have, how that can be an in for Misfits Academy, but would they rather take these fights? The way they're playing suggests not.
Exactly, like surely they should be playing out on the side lanes, and I was completely wrong, by the way. I'm taking a scan through a lot of the LCK games. There's like Roach has played it, a couple of others, so we have seen it. Just not commonly on Shen, especially not here in Europe.
Well, we don't get to see a whole lot of Shen since he doesn't usually make it through the ban phase.
So
this has been a weird game one.
It's been a very weird and wonderful, unorthodox setup here. The Sartorius Asterix Gage hasn't finished that Trinity Force yet.
Yeah, that was also more of a reaction and something that it kind of had to do as Pride Stalker taking away the Gromp in front of Syncroft, and now they're fighting over that blue buff. Who gets the smite?
Oh, Syncroft got it with an auto. Didn't even
Yeah, Pride Soccer
didn't
smited a
even
smidgen too
smite
early.
it. Yeah, I think Syncroft thought it had already gone.
I mean, we're at this point where we're just kind of trying to trade, you know, tit for tat a little bit, but there isn't any big engages, and both teams have been a bit gun shy of the last few minutes. And the next Dragon on the map is going to be Cloud, so I don't know if that's going to change.
Yeah, and that'll be the second Cloud Drake for Origen, as the first Infernal went over to Misfits Academy. This is a lot closer now, considering Jisoo got a kill at level 2, and then a follow-up kill. This game is a lot closer than you would normally expect it to be.
Yeah.
And that does favor Origen, at least a little. You can see Tabs has a lot of survivability. They've punished CosQ for going aggressive. This GP will later on in the game start playing a lot more effectively around denying any push potential.
For the time being, though, CosQ is still on the up and up here. Let's see how fast Origen can react with the double Cloud Drake, making moves. It's forcing CosQ to back away, and you know, even though he has the glimpse of the void, it's not been enough to really net them a whole lot more on the map. That gold lead is not as much as it once was, 400 being the difference at 21.5 minutes. Misfits Academy, they're still stalling out a little bit, trying to make plays, but Origen are reacting.
Yeah, reacting in just enough time to deny that. That tower is quite low, though, so CosQ should be able to get that soon. And the problem is, this is, remember, AD carry cannon. This isn't top lane cannon with teleport that can get across to a fight. This is more like that Fnatic setup, although haven't quite got the split push edge in this game that Fnatic may have been running.
Yeah, well, this is where it gets real, though, because we've been talking a lot about these top lane item choices, but finally Sartorius is able to complete his Trinity Force on top of the Sterix that he's been sitting on for a while. And this is where we might start to see the gangplank damage coming through. Is Jisoo going to be able to keep the side push going against him? You have to think there's a ticking timer on that one.
Yeah, for now at least. I mean, Jisoo with 2 kills should have been able to push this lead a little bit more. It is tough now that GP's further on into this. CosQ is the one that we're keeping an eye on. And look at this, every time he heads top lane, gets intercepted. Oh, Syncroft can't really go aggressive here. Tabs is a little far away, and Syncroft isn't the strongest for himself right now. That Gunblade's been completed for a while for CosQ. He's nearly at Zhonya's Hourglass as well.
It's interesting, though, you mentioned Jisoo on the side lanes, too, because he has actually not been pulling the trigger on his ultimate just yet, but Pride Stalker is another story. Here he comes in. Now Jisoo comes out. Pride Stalker picking up one on Peke. CosQ following through, looking for Syncroft, who flashes away. Slicing Maelstroms on. And Tabs is going to make his great escape, and the power's unleashed onto Jisoo, but he lives through it.
And look at how Misfits Academy, when it's Pride Stalker that's looking for those aggressive plays, he's just finished Black Cleaver and wants to jump right into fights. Gets right onto Peke. Easy pickoff for him. And Misfits Academy, that's the more proactive style that we saw up against Schalke, but Origen will react with a tower kill in the mid lane, so ultimately the gold should go in their favor.
Oh, Chain's gonna get flashed out. Now there's a teleport. Sartorius is caught. He's got his own flash, might have to use it. In comes Jisoo, slowed and stunned up. Forcing the flash now is Sartorius. Tower did not go down, but it was a near miss right now. CosQ trying to make his escape. Let's see, back to the mid. Misfits Academy, they're looking to make it happen, and I misspoke. The tower did go down. It was just a hair's breadth.
It was taken down by the cannon minions. Tabs was, or Yuki was desperately trying to take down the minions before he got the tower, but they answer with it now, so equal for that means that the kill on Peke maybe puts things back in Misfits Academy's favor. It's only 1,000 gold in this game for now, though.
Oh, yeah.
And we said this was going to be an even game. I think it's fair to say that 25 minutes in, that is very much the case. A couple of blips in the early game out of Origen made it more difficult for them than you would normally expect, but Misfits Academy turned this back on its head with a kill onto Peke.
Yeah, and this was the classic caster curse. As soon as I say Jisoo's not ulting, he goes, "You up, mate?" Goes right in, and they managed to get that quick kill. Pride Stalker, you know, a little bit of damage, but relatively untouched, and you could see Origen, they couldn't really react other than send in a couple of Rs the way of Misfits Academy. Let's see what comes up next as Syncroft and the rest of Origen kind of leading the charge to try and keep vision secure around this Baron area.
Nathan was
Jisoo.
desperate to get more damage. Has hit that Q.
We're looking back at mid lane. Not sure why. Jisoo's in trouble. It's a triple team, and I don't think a Ninja's getting out of this one. He burns his flash down, and the bubble is zoning away. He's staying alive for a while, but in comes Pride Stalker right now. Can they get revenge? It's still 2v3. Tabs nearly going down. Pride Stalker following. He does get one. Can he get two? Syncroft's gone down. Pride Stalker falls as well. But Peke now isolated from the rest of the team, and it's going to be A big ult out of Sartorius to cover that escape. Cannon Barrage does it as he joins the party. And the damage report, well, it's 2 for 2.
It took so long to kill Jisoo. You saw the extra health he's got, the resistance, the denial of the autos meant Jisoo stayed alive for so long that the rest of Misfits Academy were able to regroup. By that point, Tabs had run out of crowd control to self-peel, and it meant Misfits Academy could turn it back once again in their favor. Every time Origen looked like they're starting to gather a little bit more momentum, Misfits Academy shut it back down, and they resume play from roughly the same point. But Origen are still making active plays on the map.
That's true. Seems like from the Misfits Academy side, the active plays have been mostly coming out of Pridestalker, and we'll see how this fight went down one more time. It was 1v3, and the Knight's Foul wasn't helping nearly as much for a little while.
Well, I mean, it's obviously giving him a bunch of additional health and resistances, and Jisoo just manages to survive a little bit longer, just enough for Pridestalker to get himself into the fight, who connects with Tabs. I mean, it was Dreams that actually picked up that kill from the Ignite. And Misfits Academy had turned the fight again. Sartorius wasn't able to get a kill with Parley. And Misfits Academy backed themselves away, again coming out ahead. And this was a later exchange. Cosq got caught.
Oh.
Was forced out to Zhonya's and...
Flashed away?
I believe
yeah, he got away on that
from
one.
it, yeah.
I mean, but that was close. All the same, and that's when we saw the back half of it. I was wondering where Cosq had gone in that fight, and the answer was back to base, but able to make it out safe enough. So, Baron is the next objective to be eyeballed right here with the Cloud Drake coming up. Origen can get some mega speed boost, but it's not nearly as valuable as the Worm up top. Origen not keen to give that one up, but still pushing lanes here for Misfits Academy, and a lot of vision in this side of the map. Let's see what happens.
Misfits Academy, very active. You can hear them in the studio here, just very loud, chattering away about their next move. It looks like it's top tower is where they're going. This is where they're utilizing their comp. They know they've got Stand United available. There's a Cannon Barrage.
Use it. Uh-oh, Cosq getting kicked back. He goes golden, and he is trying to make one more escape. Gone down to Tabs and the Shuriken. So that gets aborted right quick there.
You can see Jisoo did not use Stand United available, despite Cosq having a little time afterwards. He wanted to be able to push this bot tower instead. Off a cannon, minion wave is able to just continuously push in. Will get cleared out, but he should be able to take this down.
No problem. Jisoo plays a little bit more for himself, but now he's got the teleport available in a few more seconds. The Stand United is up and out. 28 minutes on the clock. Origen, they want to start this Baron. They're going to spend their teleport on Sartorius.
This is a kind of a risky play out of Origen here. They no Shen just recall, but of course he has double global to get into this.
Here comes Pridestalker right in the middle of the pit right now. Is it enough damage? They brought Jisoo on to Stand United, but Nahun takes him down. Pridestalker falls next. The Baron's doing a lot of damage to the back,
so low.
But Yuki just pops off. 1, 2, 3. Is he gonna get 4? That's the Quadra. Looking for a pentakill. He's gonna get it. Baron takes him out, but hot damn, that was worth.
Misfits Academy come up huge from Origen, just deciding to go Baron when everyone's alive against Shen. Like, he's going to be able to regroup very quickly into that Baron, even if he recalled first. Misfits Academy came out huge from that exchange, and Origen, maybe if they'd have been able to get a little more damage done faster, they thought perhaps Blade of the Ruin King, the Gangplank, everything from this, they started off. And it's not dying that quickly that this is an easy play to make. Shen has enough time to go all the way back. You do this against a Varus who has an easy ultimate onto multiple people. Tabs thought maybe he can peel enough, put enough damage down in this exchange, and then they're so low health, it's like shooting fish in a barrel right now for Yuki. He steps into the pit. The stun landed from Nahun, but Dreams everything now is all about keeping Yuki alive. Picks up the pentakill, dies to the Baron. Misfits Academy gifted 5 kills onto their 80 carry.
That was a 4v5, and Yuki is running wild right now. I don't know what he had on his items just before that, but I'm pretty sure he just flat out bottom off. Holy moly. And now it's 10-7 in kills, 30 minutes. I don't know if Origen are going to be trying that one anytime soon, but they will be getting the clear out. And when you get stuck in the pit, sometimes you get locked up. But Pridestalker, he's getting locked up himself. Goes in ultimate now. Nahun gonna get popped by Cosq. The wave comes in as Cosq's gone golden. Jisoo isolating Tabs around the side, who has to burn his flash to get out of harm's way. Cosq's a little bit low, but Nahun's dead right now. It's Misfits Academy advantage. Will they clear out the vision and start for Baron, or looks like Origen are sticking around, but not too close.
They've taken out one of those big damage dealers, so it's going to be about those side lanes again. You want to just push out top side, and Misfits Academy should again resume control of this game.
It was definitely not the cleanest of them, and holy moly, you don't see a Baron fight like that. Origen hardly exited the pit until the very end, and now in plain sight, Misfits Academy think they can take this one. Can they stop the Syncroft steal? It's a 50-50 at the moment. Dreams is a little bit low, but now Kozcu's coming in around the side, trying to get a delete off onto the Lee Sin, who comes into the back of the pit. Spike goes early for the help, and Pride Stalker takes him out, but it's a fight on two fronts. It's Kozcu and Jisoo trying to take down Tabs. They get him, the Baron goes, and now Sartorius and Peke are hightailing it out of there as Nahun's come back up. Misfits Academy get the lion's share, the kills, and the Baron.
Yeah, Misfits Academy jump out of the pit, take down Syncroft first. Now they look for the tower because that Baron has easily gone down. That was a little bit more akin to what we saw out of the Misfits lineup earlier on in the split. When you're looking at a Baron setup, you go out, just destroy the enemy jungler and make sure that they never even touch it. I mean, Syncroft managed to get in the pit, but it was an early smite. So this was the exchange that came through. This is the first time, by the way, that we're starting to see the Knight's Vow in effect. He's paired with Kozcu, so it's redirecting and reducing some of that damage that Kozcu's taking when he's jumping into the back of the pit. Only now had it really had effect. They jump out of the pit later on, take out Syncroft. Syncroft throws out a smite for good measure, tries to survive a little longer, as you were talking about. Pride Stalker jumps in, smites it down. They get back out of the pit, and Misfits Academy, there's a fail flash in there or two, but everything's going their way right now.
Yep. They got themselves a Cloud Drake so they can match a bit of the speed that Origen's coming out with, but the gold lead started to propel itself forward. It's about 6,000 ahead, and you can see it manifesting itself in the items. Jisoo now with the Randuin's Omen getting some slows down, as well as being able to block a lot of this AD-heavy damage, and Nahun will be heavily relied on for the Origen team fight, but when he gets insta-gibbed like we just saw in that last fight, I don't know if that's a good omen for Origen.
It's certainly not a good Origen. He doesn't have anyone with a Knight's Vow, you know, taking damage away from him.
He needs a hero. Who's it going to be?
We'll see whether Sartorius ends up buying anything to mitigate some of that damage, but there is a point to be made that there's a minute 40 on this Baron. It's the outer towers will go down quite easily now in favor of Misfits Academy. Kozcu's onto the inhibitor tower. The rest of Origen are actually committing to Kozcu on the bottom side.
Oh boy, I don't know if that's the right decision. Kozcu, he might sacrifice himself for the cause, I should say, as he runs for the fountain dive, goes back in. Oh, he goes golden, and the bubble's not going to land in time. Bringing Shen to the party, and now the fight is on. I don't know if I like this one, but man, they seriously wanted to take it. It's going to be Kozcu going down, Jisoo making it out alive, and now Misfits Academy, they need to retreat, but they got themselves an inhib in the process.
Yeah, exactly. It bought the inhib enough time to be taken down in the mid lane. The rest of the Misfits Academy committed to it, easily get that. And they'll look at that and say, okay, that's a win in their mind. Okay, Kozcu died, but it didn't really matter. And everything in this game seems to be all about helping Kozcu and Yuki to get through. That's an Arden sensor.
Yeah, pop that one
Dreams.
up on the screen. So it is definitely about protect the carries. One of them's an AD carry, well, the other one not so much. But Misfits Academy, they clearly have a game plan, and they are sticking to it right now. And it's definitely been some shocking gameplay out of them, but it seems to be working against this Origen lineup.
And a lot of this has come from Origen's awkward decision-making. This one, not so much. This is Kozcu going aggressive, trying to just buy as much time as he can for the rest of the team to take down the inhibitor. This was a clean-cut kill. Yeah, they get Shen in, but wasn't really enough to survive.
I mean, he gets out. That's the crazy thing after
Shen
it all.
gets out. Kozcu does.
No, but I mean,
Not quite so lucky.
I think he had to know there was no way he was surviving that one, and you got to give a man some props. When he knows he's going to die, he does what he can for the team.
But First Blood, pretty much given over because Sartorius took an odd trade. The Pentakill and the Baron eventually given over because Origen just decide to start Baron with almost no setup against a Shen that you know has at least his ultimate available. Very perplexing decision-making by Origen.
Yeah, very questionable. I mean, it's that kind of decision-making that you don't wonder that they're here in this promotion tournament, and that's part of the issue, but we thought the Expeke shot calling, that might be the turning point. He's been a part of the starting lineup for several weeks now, and we saw a little bit of that manifest in some more decisive play, but not enough to take any wins. Here in game number 1, we have to question its effectiveness.
But it didn't even. Oh, hang on, Koski.
No, he's out.
Didn't get to Zonya's. Yeah, I was gonna say, was
can't
it
dodge
available?
those balls, unfortunately. Uh-oh, Dream's gone in. Syncroft, maybe Misfits Academy have overplayed their hand here. Dreams, he's not big enough. He's going down, and now Nahun has a killing spree. All of a sudden, 2 Misfits Academy members are dead.
All of a sudden, the overcommit. Koski was under the tower. I wonder what the setup to that was. We didn't quite catch it until he was already being taken down, but that's Misfits Academy with an overcommit there. You really don't want to see that out of them. We've seen a lot of clean play around some of the objectives they've been going for, but this has been a very close game, as we were talking about, and close in decision-making as well. So Koski, I feel like, should have realized someone was coming aggressive. Like, he knows he can kill Tabs if he can get there. But the problem is Tabs every time has been able to survive through a lot of it. With the heal, with the ultimate available, like, he hasn't killed him many times.
I mean, the assassin, double assassin composition, they've really not needed to just full-on assassinate because they've been able to find these team fights. But I feel like with Shen being a part of this team composition, Koski's kind of gone back to the old school style and just said, you know, I'm playing a Season 4 champion, I might as well play a Season 4 play. And he just keeps going in for the 50-50.
But the thing is, that time Stand United wasn't available on that exchange. And Koski, eventually maybe he'll get something to help him out there. I wouldn't really want to see a QSS, but it's not the worst buy if he just wants to go in and
I mean, the
grab
Zonius
Tabs.
has been pretty good, at least, so maybe that'll be enough.
He didn't get to pop it that time.
Nope.
He didn't get to survive through.
He got pretty quick. 52 seconds on the next Baron, and that's got to be the big strategic point right now for both these teams. A lot of vision invested up topside in the Origen jungle by themselves, but just outside that pit, it's all Misfits Academy. See what they can get done here. Origen got burned trying to get the Baron last time. Will they make the same mistake twice? At the moment, game is in slight holding pattern as we wait for that one to respawn. Elder Drake's also a possibility.
Yeah, and if Misfits Academy could get that, it's one Cloud, one Infernal. Origen are rushing to secure control of this Baron pit. Of course, they're kind of at the mercy again of this Shen. If Sartorius TPs early, then Shen has at least the ability to split push through. That tower did take a little damage earlier, but has regenerated a lot of its health.
Yeah. Big problem right now for Origen is this dead inhibitor in the middle, but that's about to come back up. You just hear the announcer. Misfits Academy, they react to try and re-clear the vision outside of the Baron pit, and you can see Origen playing not separately at all, really. They have a 4-1 going with Sartorius clearing in the top, but for the most part, they prefer to stick it out together. And now the Elder Drake is being pinged by Misfits Academy. Let's see if they commit to it right now. It's a hard objective to take.
It's going to take a long time for Shen to do it. They're gonna bring
I don't think he's got the damage.
With Koski, it will end up getting taken down, but Syncroft knows what's happening, and he knows nobody can really stop him on his way down there.
Jisu's still trying to solo this one, but he's out of the pit. Misfits Academy resetting. Pride Stalker.
Oh, this is awkward.
He took a loving look at the Baron. Yeah, that was weird.
The problem is Koski and Jisu being on the other side means that the Akali can't make it there in time.
Oh, Syncroft. Uh-oh, that changes things. He burns his flash, and in comes Pride Stalker. Tastes his fear, gets the reset, hopping forward, denied by the pushback and the wave from Nahun and Xpeke, but without the jungler on the table for another 50 seconds, Misfits Academy might be eyeballing Baron after all.
Syncroft put his hands to his head. Would love to see exactly what happened to start that off. We'd already seen the Syncroft was half health by the time. Origen are going to try and trade this out and get the Elder Drake for themselves. It is only 2 clouds, but of course, remember, will enhance their team fighting.
That is a deny.
But they have no smite available here.
It's a 3v4 with 2 locked up on Baron right now. Let's see if Misfits Academy can react. There is the cannon barrage. Jisu coming in, and he steals it away with an empowered auto attack, and now they're getting the fight off. That is a tilter right there. Koski coming up huge, taking down Sartorius, goes golden, should go down to Nahun, but now the cavalry's arrived. Yuki and Pride Stalker coming in on Nahun, forcing the flash. Blast cone up, they're taking no chances. Back to safety they go. Syncroft has just come off a cooldown. And Misfits Academy, they get Baron, they get Elder, they're gonna get Nahun on just one more second to pop the style points. They get the shutdown. It's 40 minutes on the clock, and all they lost was Koski.
Baron plus Elder, Misfits Academy should be able to walk this one through. Yuki's strong enough with the rest of the team that they should be able to just take down both Nexus towers. Tabs, Synkrov, and Peke do still stand, but it is a 4 versus 3 for now. Should be an easy end for Misfits as long as they don't get caught out by Synkrov.
All right, the wave pops up Jisoo, but with the Baron-empowered minions and
They're
the
still
Elder
quite
Drake,
low.
they are a little bit, but can they finish
Oh.
up the tower? Dreams goes down to Tabs. This might change things a little bit, and Sartorius is about to come back up, and now Synkrov being chased down. This is a tense moment. This match is really lit up right now. It's been electric the last couple of minutes. Finally,
Sartorius is
they
here.
get that one, and now Jisoo, though, is going to give Yuki a little bit of help preemptively.
Sartorius doesn't know which way is the best way to go. They kind of cut off.
Oh, boy. Oh, they just keep on juking. Pride Soccer didn't even see him right there. Didn't need to see him. He takes away a red buff, and all right, Misfits Academy can't end yet.
Cue the yakety sax at this point, because this has been a little bit of a rough end to the game from Origen. Sartorius had no idea which way to go, didn't know which way was going to be the most fruitful for him. It was Synkrov getting caught by Yuki's ultimate that started this exchange off. Then it turns into the Elder for Baron trade attempt, but Jisoo walks in, gets the empowered auto by the looks of things, and just takes down. How much health did it have? 37 health as Jisoo didn't even need it to be
You
empowered.
have got to be kidding me. I mean, there was no Smite contest available, but all the same, it was 3v4, and then they go and do this.
Yeah, at this point, Tabs thinks maybe he can peel, but Kozq bought enough time to put some more damage down, and Misfits Academy just try and get all over Origen. Somebody might be caught out here in the bottom left of your screen here. It's Kozq.
Well, I mean, par for the course this game, for sure. He's been the one that's been picked on by this Origen squad.
Look, if taking Fnatic's Kennen 80 carry doesn't work, Fnatic Rush. That's just try and emulate Fnatic.
There was a time when people used to call this Fnatic Black. So there's something to be said for that. Very different roster, but Peke was also on it.
And of course, there was that Fnatic Origen Finals from summer 2015. The heights where we saw the undefeated streak of Fnatic come to an end at the hands of Origen, but how the mighty have fallen right now up against Misfits Academy in game 1, struggling to hang on here 43 minutes into the game.
Misfits Academy are just looking to close this one out, but even as we saw in their Schalke series, when they amassed pretty huge leads, it still took them a while. There were some stallings, but this time around, they've ramped up towards the end.
Nahyun's trying to pretend to be Caitlyn, set up as many balls as he can to
Don't
throw
step on
them
these.
just like
Don't
Caitlyn
step
traps.
on.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, though, bot. I mean, Jisoo's kind of having, not free time on the tower, but they can't really push back, and now they've caught Nahyun
Nahyun.
under tower, piercing arrow. Not enough damage with the health picks even. They've run out of waves. However, they feel strong enough. One empowered cannon minion, and Jisoo and Kozq are doing work on the bottom side overtime for this team. So now it's 2 downed inhibitors as they look to rejoin their squad. Yuki even tanking a bit of damage on the turret. Origen just trying to hold on, hang tough. It is only game 1, but things are starting to look grim right now for this team. They've tried to push back this Misfits Academy team, but it looks like it is too little, it is too late. That's 3 inhibs, and only 1 Nexus turret remains. In goes Kozq. Can they get the bubble? No, he's going out, and in comes Pride Soccer. Tag right on in. They get a big knockup on the Wild Growth, and he takes down Synkrov. Looking for Sartorius as they desperately march back to Fountain. The minions are doing the rest of the job. Jisoo comes up with 1. 3 members of Origen pushed back by Jisoo alone. It's all Nexus, and Misfits Academy strike first in this best of 5.
It all started with a solo kill, first blood in the top lane for Shen, and they never really looked back. Misfits Academy utilizing Jisoo for the most part, pushing that side lane, bringing him in, being very, very tanky. Even at the end there, you saw Tabs trying to crush him down with this Kennen 80 carry, and it was not to be. Easy walkthrough once they got that Baron, but it was a long game. Misfits did not crush Origen in this setup.
No, they didn't. They had a lot of weapons, and they had a lot of shields as well, and in all honesty, sometimes you just gotta build a Knight's Vow.
Sometimes you have to. And then make the commentators forget that Huni did it. But it's okay. Everything's great.
But yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things. It's a niche situation. I like to see Misfits Academy pulling it out in game number 1. Some unconventional ideas, and they made them work, and you could see smiles on the faces. Well, smile on the face of Unlimited. He's happy with how his team performed in game number 1, and they'll get ever so closer to making it in the European LCS.
Yeah, they will do. They're 1 game so far. Of course, Origen They have the opportunity to bounce back in this. We now get to see where exactly we go for game 2, but Misfits Academy coming out strong, taking it to Origen, and kind of punishing Sartorius for a couple of mistakes in the early game. It wasn't... It didn't straight up lose Origen the game, but certainly made it very difficult for themselves. The one thing that really made it almost insurmountable was that pentakill coming out from Yuki. The decision to just go to Baron.
Well, to stay on it for so long. They didn't actually peel off the Baron. They were stuck in the pit. And that was, I think, one of the big turning points that made us really question the shot calling in this game, especially around objective plays. Something we're not used to seeing even from Origen to commit to that so hard.
Yeah, I'm disappointed they did. Like, just you didn't kill anyone. You just go to Baron.
And they got a little unlucky too. I mean, then they gave up. Then they gave up the Elder Drake to an auto attack. But I mean, what can you do? Misfits Academy. They've come out the gates with a win, starting off the series. We'll see if Origen can fire back when we return.
To get what?
D.
D?
It's
upstairs.
Can I have a scotch? One more?
Scotch?
You can have Wincook's mom.
Will ult in on people. Oh, tabs.
Up, Cosq. Is he gonna get baited? It is the case, and wave goodbye.
Nice!
Hey, that's really good. Push me.
Tabs nearly going down. Pridestalker following. He does get one. Can he get two? Synchro's gone down. Pridestalker falls as well.
Oh, nice.
We can go. We can kill them all.
Yeah.
But Yuki just pops off. 1, 2, 3. Is he gonna get 4? That's the Quadra. Looking for a pentakill. He's gonna get it. Baron takes him out. Oh, Synchro. Uh-oh, that changes things. He burns his flash, and in comes Pridestalker. Tastes his fear.
Okay. Let's go. I can do it.
Nice game.
3 members of Origen pushed back by G-Swill alone. It's all Nexus, and Misfits Academy strike first in this best of 5.
I'm really glad I got picked up by Misfits and hope I can prove myself. I personally didn't expect to win at all, so for me it felt really good and I was very happy about the win. I think we will win, but I don't want to be overconfident.
Welcome back, everybody, for Game 2 between Origen and Misfits Academy. And if the rest of the series is anything like that one, Stress, we could be in for a bar burner.
We could also be in for a long one.
Yes,
if that happens.
It
as
was
well,
a long game,
because
but it was exciting.
a long game. Pride Stalker, enthusiastic, excited to be on the Misfits, you can tell. But game 1 wasn't necessarily about him, unlike getting to this point. This game was a little bit more about CosQ and Jisoo, that pairing of the Shen and the Akali. And we want to take another look at some of the plays that led to a Misfits win. The first one was when they ended up with the top lane play. They kind of catch Peke out, they take out Peke and kind of keep going. That one was on Pride Stalker, but it's built from some of the impressive plays, the solo kill early game.
But that was
Jisoo.
the Shen Kha'Zix delivery system that we were talking about might be coming out, and we hadn't seen it up until this point. So, they were able to take a quick one and then just kind of like keep going from there. Make those little advantages, turn them into something bigger.
Yeah, and that's what Misfits did quite well throughout the game. There were a couple of stumbling blocks. We were talking about how maybe if the focus of the kills wasn't on jungle, they're not quite as quick as we've seen in previous games, but they kept fighting. Especially up on the top side. Everything was all about those top fights and just continuing to try and look at things. This was based off the fact that Origen went aggressive on to Jisoo, and they ultimately kill him, but commit so heavily to this that Misfits Academy can turn this back around. You can see Tabs on this AD carry. Kennen trying to just stay alive. Was not enough through that Ignite coming from Dreams, and the rest of Origen is kind of falling apart around them. Of course, there was a kill or a flash forced from CosQ over on the other side of the rift on this, but it was just so comfortable for Misfits Academy for the majority of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they had enough sustain on those tanky members that even when they got caught out, they were able to kind of turn it around and react. And sometimes it was just overcommitment from the Origen side, like what's on all of our minds, that big Baron play that turned into a pentakill for Varus.
No, not the Baron. The Baron with everybody alive against Shen, trying to rush it down.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, teams just don't do this and succeed. I mean, even if you get the Baron here, it's so difficult to get out, and it's at half health by the time this fight already starts. So Origen didn't have a particularly good escape route. They all drop very low. It looks great at the start because Nahian's got a double kill, but then suddenly you realize you're up against a Varus, very low health in the pit, and it's an easy quadra to come through from Yuki. You can see just managing to stack up a whole load of those Blight stacks with that Hurricane build on the Varus. You can see how much it meant for Pride Stalker. Not his penta, but a team's penta.
Still an important one for sure. And I mean, honestly, I think you said at the time, like, shooting fish in the barrel or champions inside the Baron pit. And Baron himself was kind of the sixth man in that one. He was indiscriminately killing everybody. I'd like to see a Baron kill counter.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one, even from both teams getting the kills. But yeah, you just stack up with the Hurricane, those Blight stacks, proc them all, and suddenly everybody dies.
That's
around
attack
that.
speed Varus, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we've seen the shift now that he's been still relevant in the meta, but we've seen the shift out of the lethality builds into those more attack speed focused things. And, it's not quite the old Legolas build, but he's still firing just about as many arrows as we saw in the Lord of the Rings movies.
You can see Origen looking to regroup after a difficult game 1.
Yeah.
We're talking a little bit about how perhaps this is the first time for some of these players that they'll be playing to defend a spot like this. Maybe not for the likes of Tabs and XPeke, have experience for over many, many splits. But certainly the pressure is on right now to maintain position, try and get a first win in this double elimination bracket.
Yeah, and in all honesty, for Origen, it has been a rough ride for them all split, but this is where a lot of it has to come together. The growth that they have shown, while it may not have been monumental, it has to be enough to be able to survive. Of course, even if they lose this match, they're not out of the LCS just yet, but it puts them in a tense situation. It puts them in a final showdown against Giants who, were able to stack up more wins on the board, were able to beat them during the regular split, and you don't want to be in that situation.
And if that were to happen, you mentioned it earlier, that would mean we must have at least one new team entering the LCS. Of course, that's a long way away in Origen still. It's only one game down. We've seen many teams bounce back from being one game down. I mean, yesterday, Fnatic Academy lost game 1 and were able to regroup. There are teams that make it from 2 nil down. We've seen the old Cloud9 runs all the way to Worlds.
It's happened. I mean, it definitely has happened.
Not from relegation, but...
No, that would be one
That would
hell
be a
of a
long
comeback.
run.
I mean, and it, like, you have a lot of players that on this Origin lineup have not had a lot of experience within the LCS, and in this promotion tournament, there are some teams that aren't lacking for that kind of experience. You look at the likes of Fnatic Academy. Obviously, on Origin, that old school player, Peke, is still there, but in his third role, we haven't really seen as much from as we would have hoped. Even as an AD carry, they were able to defend their spot in the LCS against none other than the big sister Misfits team in the last promotion tournament.
Yeah, that is the truth. There was an ironic turn of events that then Schalke would lose to Misfits.
Oh yeah, when it was like the opposite way around.
In the losers bracket final, they beat Schalke, and then of course Misfits Academy beating Schalke to now face Origen. Very interesting twist of fate. But you could see as they came back onto the stage, Tabs, Peke, Nathan in a better mood, seemingly light-hearted still. We talked about the experience of Tabs and Peke. They'll really need that to kind of bring Nathan and Synkrov and Sartorius to a level playing field.
Yeah, we'll find out if it's going to be enough against Misfits Academy. Game 2, we are loading up into champion selection. Serious faces. Origin on the blue side. They start with the Tom Kench band.
Yeah, this is Misfits Academy's choice on side selection, as Origin with a technically higher seeded team coming into the series. So Origin have choice 1, 3, 5. Misfits have choice 2 and 4. And already we're maintaining at least one of the same bans for Origin. As Tam Kench taken off, that was the first ban in the previous game, as was the Malzahar. So not that much of a change-up yet. But what this does give Misfits Academy is potential 2 counter picks and the pacing around Phase 2 draft, where you're able to pick one champion, ban 2, and then pick the next champion that comes through.
We'll see if there is going to be any more denial than there was last time. Origin, they banned out Pride Stalkers, Graves, and the Rengar, but they left him the Kha'Zix, which he looked more than comfortable on. Not going to throw any of those bans that direction this time, so clearly they're not fearing that side of the map.
Origin not wanting to give KOSQ a potential Syndra in the first rotation for Misfits Academy. Of course, that was played by Negan in the last game, and he actually had a good game, I would say. Like,
solid laning phase, was able to get a couple of key picks that kept Origin in it, and there's the Graves ban.
Is this because they're expecting Misfits Academy to ban Rengar and Origin are going to first pick Lee Sin or Kha'Zix?
Good question.
Okay, now they basically forces Origin to pick the Rengar first.
All right, he's going to lock it in, and is that what Misfits wanted? You have to think. It's a possibility here, and they don't need to worry about picking up jungle on this rotation since Origin have already locked theirs. The Lulu came up big last time around.
They may, however, pick up jungle here anyway, whether it's a Lee Sin or the Kha'Zix for Pride Stalker. And the reason that you do that is that you don't want to be forced into a tricky situation in this last pick on red side first phase, where Origin basically demand one pick comes out of you, something like a Gnar or a Fizz or something to counter that you know will get banned, and then you have to decide between jungle or a solo laner. But it's actually not the way they go here.
Yeah, decided to get themselves the same bottom lane as they had last time around, and Yuki and Dreams didn't have too much trouble with it. So, back over to Origin. They've got their jungle locked in. What are they going to take from here? Shen was up and available again, and they lock it in. This time it'll be in the hands of Origin, and now what is going to be their last choice of this first pick phase?
Well, if they don't pick AD carry here, it's going to get pinched. If they don't pick support here, it's going to get pinched. But we know Peke can still play the likes of Braum.
And it's...
There's the AD carry again.
Yep, no trick plays this time around, or no tricks on the pick, because we have the Shen already locked in, so it's a pair of ninjas for Origin. Sticking to the guns, but we'll see if Sartorius will look more comfortable on this Shen. It's been something that he hasn't really been able to get his hands on a whole lot. A grand total of 1 pick in the LCS Spring Split.
So now Kha'Zix will be the pick for Misfits Academy. Now they've got to turn their attention. It's going to be mid lane focused, probably out of both teams here. Although Origin can focus away the top lane matchups into Shen. May see bans against the likes of Gangplank, Rumble. Both are big picks that you can play into that Shen.
Starting on the support, though, on Misfits Academy side, they banned the Zyra out. Following on the Malzahar, and Origin banned Talia.
Interesting. Interesting. We've seen a lot of Talia over in LCK. Saw one game out of KOSQ on the Talia, and it was a decent game.
but there's so many weapons left up and available for KazQ at the moment. He may have gone back to his assassin roots last time on the Akali, but Katarina's also up. The Cassiopeia is also up. Origen have one ban left.
Yeah, there's a lot still to ban away. And LeBlanc's off the table now. Syndra gone from the earlier phase. There goes the Cassiopeia. That's what we were talking about.
Does this mean we get... I mean, I was about to say, is KazQ going to blind pick Katarina? I'm like, I don't know if he's that crazy, but he may be.
He may do. There are a couple of tough matchups, obviously, for Katarina. Most matchups are difficult. You're reliant on snowballing. I don't necessarily think KazQ is that crazy, but there's Oriana available if they want it for mid lane matchup.
That was left through as they focus on the KazQ bans, and now Jisoo will have the Rumble matchup, something that he's only played once as well in the Challenger Series. This the answer is.
Likely to be the Oriana here for Origen. They've got the Rengar already, they've got Shen, they've got Kennen. Strong team fighting.
Yeah, they do. And they can round it out with a nice safe pokey support.
Good at team fighting as well. Getting massive shields. So now, what do you play into the Oriana? We're going to have to see what KazQ can bring.
With that locked
Is
in.
he going to do it?
I mean, I wonder if this is really just like, no matter what they were going to pick, KazQ's like, give me cat, guys. I
mean,
this.
it's not the easiest of matchups. I mean, you can play around the ball. We may see this. Again,
there we go.
It's not a particularly easy matchup. Oriana does not lose many matchups, just like she doesn't particularly win very many matchups. And this now puts a little bit more of a timer on Misfits Academy to get Pride Stalker and KazQ working. Like, sure, if Nakian makes a mistake here, it's a matchup that you can exploit, but Origen, theoretically, have a good team fighting comp between 20, well, you know, in that mid game. They should be able to do quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think more to your point, KazQ, he showed in the last game he wasn't afraid of taking a matchup that may not favor him too much because he wanted to be able to do a lot of work on the side lanes and try to hunt down carries. The question is, can he do it again now that he's facing off against the Shen insurance policy that Origen are bringing to the table? And Origen, as you mentioned, have a very strong team fighting comp. I'm looking forward to see what the two junglers bring out with the Rengar Kha'Zix. That's always a fun matchup. But Duck giving his team some last-minute words of encouragement. You do not want to go down 0-2 to start the series. Everything's on the line to try and get one more game back to keep yourself alive as the coaches shake hands to walk off the stage.
I'm a little surprised, perhaps, that Origen banned the Talia instead of banning the Rumble away when that Shen's already locked in. I mean, if you kind of assume that the Misfits Academy lineup aren't going to be able to team fight effectively against what you've already got, then I can kind of see that. But it does kind of disrupt what Origen want to do fairly heavily. Sartorius struggled in game 1 in the laning phase. Now he's in a tough matchup as well. Rumble into Shen should work out quite well for Misfits Academy.
Well, we're about to find out. Origen, Misfits Academy, part 2. Let's see if Origen can fire back. Ooh, hits me every time. I don't know if we're dreaming, but that sounded like Inception to me.
You might want to go watch Inception again at some point.
It's been a while.
There's not a lot of time to watch movies right now, though.
No,
it's,
definitely not.
Playoff season, so everybody
right into the
is
thick of it.
prepping for everything. The players, the casters, everybody's trying to get as much as they can ahead of this weekend's playoff games as well as promotion. Of course, playoff kicks off tomorrow.
Yes, it does. That'll be some important matchups. It's going to be the other Misfits squad taken out or against Splice. I can't verbs today, Stress.
You had the right word, taken on Splice.
I know, and then I dropped
easy,
it. I dropped it like a hot gold lead. All right, starting this one off. Line of scrimmage, no trickery. Don't see any 5-man brush camps. Sartorius going for the triple rejuve bead start. Doesn't think Jisoo will be too much to worry about. He's also gone for an amp tone to kick things off.
It's very common against Rumble. You have these trades, and you heal back up, and you trade again. So rather than potions, you just put it all in rejuve beads because most of them, Synchro with a little trickery on the Blastcon, most of them end up going into like Tiamat and that kind of thing. So starts on the Raptors, being very common. It was nice of Jisoo though, gave a little help over to Pride Stalker, started on the other side. Of course, Kha'Zix relying a little bit more on that isolation. That's good damage already down onto Peke.
Yeah.
Difficult to deal with the help picks passive.
As much as we talk about Karma being a part of a pokey lane, when you look at Varus, Lulu, that's something that really can't be denied right now, so we might see them pushing up early. And Syncroft, if he wants to get involved early, he's in the right spot to do it, but only level 2. We shouldn't see too much action out of there right now.
Yeah, he's likely to go for this start where you clear half of the jungle after Krogs. Maybe go Rift Scuttler and Recall. Sometimes we see that come through. Rift Scuttlers have only just spawned though, so we'll have to track Synkrov through this jungle route, see if he does end up recalling off it, and how that impacts the next phase. Because by this time, last game, Sartorius had already died.
Yeah, this is definitely shaping up to be a different one. We'll see how different. Synkrov on half his health bar at level 3. Heading through the lane. Looks like he got spotted by Yuki, throwing down a ward in that river brush, and Synkrov's actually going to take it back without picking up Scuttle.
Yeah, Synkrov clearly tabs and Peke communicated that Yuki was dropping back in the lane to place that ward, so denies any Scuttle Crab early plays. Now, if you assume Pridestalker takes this Scuttle Crab, it means Synkrov should have the time to go and place a ward or a control ward in the enemy jungle, maybe just shallow, because Pridestalker is likely only now to be killing the Scuttle Crab. We'll see whether Synkrov actually goes for that.
Ooh, good trades down bot once again. Peke and Tabs grouping up for the Glitter Lance.
But look at what Misfits Academy have done now. Now that they haven't seen Synkrov around that Scuttle Crab, the ward comes out from CosQ into the river, just tracking. Again, another ward has gone over onto that like catwalk area around mid lane. Misfits Academy are all over trying to find where Synkrov is early on.
They might get him. So Jisoo, no, he's not going to spot that one out. Takes the blast cone out safely once again, but they know he's there.
But the fact that he wasn't on Wolves, they haven't seen him in river. They didn't see him in bottom river either. Now they've obviously spotted him. They know exactly where he is. But it meant that Misfits Academy could play with a lot of aggression on bot lane, pushing heavily up. CosQ could take some more aggressive trades. They had at least good understanding of where Synkrov wasn't for the most part of the last minute and a half.
And that's good communication and coordination out of the Misfits Academy squad, showcasing that they're able to react quick enough to make things happen here. Tabs taken low once again. Dreams just keeps on harassing them. The piercing arrow even follows through, and it might be even on farm, but Tabs is looking worse for wear.
You got to look at the health potions at this point. They are not even on health potions at all. Kennen has already used all 3 of the health potions he started with. Karma's used her health potions as well, whereas Yuki started Doran's Blade and still has his pots available. Dreams has had to use 1 or 2. But it's still in Misfits Academy's favor here. They're just going to push with this Varus, with this Lulu, and just get harassed down again and again and again.
Yeah. Well, we talked about the Origin game plan seem to be revolving around those mid-game team fights, so they just want to buy themselves some time, don't need to get gold leads early on, but you know, for the entire time, Misfits Academy, this whole series, it seemed like the ideal situation was to try and come in and snowball games, like they did against the likes of Schalke 04. See if they're going to be able to do it again.
And that only really started having effect in the playoffs. Maybe the last couple of weeks on the lead up to, but Misfits Academy were a very slow and steady team throughout the split. Of course, starting with Kadir in the jungle after they lost Llamabat before the split began. Now we're going to have to see how they can handle Origin. I mean, Synkrov just showed himself, so surprise.
Lane gank not so effective when you walk up in plain sight at the end of it. He is helping to force them back and around, but now with these 3 Origin members pushed up, it's a half health Tabs.
And the reason they bring Synkrov in here isn't actually to gank. I was kind of making light of that. The reason here is, look at it, it's kind of minion wave, which means if Origin back out and Misfits Academy kill a couple of minions and just let it push, it means Origin will have the wave pull away from them. They'll lose a lot of experience. They will lose a lot of pacing on that lane as well. So they had to have somebody come in and push it under the tower so that the wave resets fully. And you can see the minions now meet in the middle of the lane. Means neither team has that massively influential recall.
Yeah, small advantages, but not many. Origin are trying best they can to really neutralize this Misfits Academy early game, but now you see Yuki and Dreams taking a leaf out of Origin's book from last time around. They're getting a swap off, 6.5. Pridestalker's already here. Jisoo is as well on level 6. And Pridestalker is spotted and stopped up while the Gromp will reset from Synkrov. Sartorius could be in a little bit of trouble as Peke and Tabs are actually coming into mid, and now that's been spotted by CosQ.
Yeah, it has been spotted. I just wanted to check whether Dreams pushed the wave at all before they left it. So Torres is TPing back in. Ooh. They don't realize that Yuki and Dreams are here. So yes, they have Stand United available, but if nobody's down in that bottom lane, it means Jisoo is going to have a lot of time to push it back out. However, of course, the fact that Jisoo is there means that the numbers advantage is in Origen's favor on this top side. So Torres is now going to have to recall. That's painful.
Yeah, that sucks. The moment you burn your TP, you realize, hold on a minute, the dual laners have arrived, and now Jisoo on the bottom side, he'll get a lot of free time, and Satorius has to walk the long path to get back down to bottom lane.
Observer's giving us a nice idea of how slow that process is.
No
for
boost
Satorius getting back, yeah.
And Jisoo's just going to let the wave crash.
Yep, well, I mean, he knows that Satorius can't be there in time, so he's just going to ward up, make sure he doesn't get killed by Synchro appearing bot side anytime soon. He knows Rengar is roughly 6 because Pridestalker has matched the pacing on that. But again, we're in an awkward spot where neither team has really pushed off this lane swap initially. Pridestalker may go and take Drake. Mountain Drake's a little tougher to take than that Infernal Drake that we saw in the first game.
Mm-hmm. It definitely has been a lot slower affair. Misfits Academy had started the game by really working well on the top side, all instigated by Jisoo getting a solo kill onto Satorius, but even that stalled out a little bit. Mountain Drake should be a pretty important objective, though, and with the control they now have on the bottom side, you can see CosQ and Pridestalker making their way in that general direction, clearing out the Skull Crab, try and get that investment back a little bit later. We'll see if they end up ganking the teleport down bottom. Satorius doesn't have his, and Pridestalker's just going to go ahead and solo the mountain.
Yep, same type of thing from game 1. He's not the Viper, though. Viper couldn't solo the mountain either.
I mean, he got close, let's be honest. Pridestalker looks like he's going to get a lot closer.
That still disgusts me, by the way, every time I think about that.
Well,
yep.
Yeah,
don't have the strongest stomach. So Pridestalker, I'm pretty sure. Well, he's not spotted because there's a control ward. But, the honey fruit ran out.
Oh, no. Oh,
at least it wasn't the Rift Scuttle that came across and ate it in front of him.
All right, well, fortunately, Pridestalker, this isn't a trial by combat.
Yeah.
Jisoo ends up securing the Mountain Dragon, and now he gets a little bit of a clear out. So that'll help to try and get Misfits Academy ahead to knock down some towers, but Syncroft, he's been hiding out in the shadows. Misfits Academy, they're not having any of it, though.
Yeah, now Syncroft's being spotted again. Misfits Academy have done a good job of tracking it throughout this entire early game. Mm-hmm. Very few plays Syncroft has managed to make. The only real one was pushing out the bot lane. So really a testament to a lot of this early game warding out of the Misfits sister team.
Yeah, goes to show the macro that they've been able to develop and showcase, and in a lot of ways, it's been better than what we've seen from Origen on the big LCS stage. Obviously, difference in opponent quality, and the record that Misfits Academy had up until the playoffs wasn't particularly impressive, but the growth we're seeing out of them is nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at things like a promotion tournament, a lot of people talk about like quality of opponents, and realistically, this of course is a tournament to replace the people you're beating. So it doesn't matter whether you did this against even G2 in like one series.
Clearly better
right?
than an LCS squad if that's the case.
It's like if you can't win in this situation, you probably can't win in the LCS, even if you were to beat the likes of G2 in a game or something. Not that Origen did, but it's all about playing on the day, and that's what teams like Schalke and PSG ran into real trouble with, is they didn't perform to their expectations on the day and dropped the series to both Misfits Academy and Fnatic Academy, and now we find ourselves in the promotion tournament with those two challenger teams representing European Challenger Series.
Absolutely, and a lot of it did come down to the preparation for Misfits Academy coming in, really able to deal with what Schalke was kind of dishing. And, well, in game number 1, they did seem to have Origen's number. It was not the cleanest at all times, but they definitely were able to shore up advantages where they had it. And for right now, they're not building huge leads, but they're not giving Origen anything either.
Right, and it wasn't the same type of game either coming out of Misfits Academy. And the series against Schalke was more about just smashing that jungle role and transitioning it into further kills. As you can see, vision control shown, but it's a gank up topside.
Yeah, speaking about jungle pressure here now, Jisoo finding himself isolated between Syncroft and Satorius. Can he walk it out? Oh, he turns back around. The burn is not enough to kill Syncroft, and the TP's canceled. First blood to Origen.
Origen with a big statement now that they'd seen Yuki and Dreams leave. They've seen Pridestalker on that ward. Peke move towards him.
Pridestalker gets some quick revenge onto Peke. Too quick to even flash out a danger, and a wild growth for good measure.
Peke had flash and hit seen Kha'Zix on that ward. That goes horribly wrong for Misfits Academy. For Origen, disrespecting Misfits Academy there. I mean, Pridestalker was always coming into that lane. As soon as you see him on that ward, he's going to pop his ult and jump in. Not sure why Peke and the rest of Origen didn't just respect that. Tabs going aggressive there, flashes forward. That TP hasn't completed yet.
Uh-oh, Tabs, he is a little bit off the mark right now, and even with heals coming up, no, he's going down. Sartorius and Synkrov looking to try and mop this one up, but they've already lost one. Will they lose more? Even Peke's coming, but Synkrov's taken low. Now Cosq is around the side. The tether's broken. Charm will not land, and Misfits Academy looked like they'd overstepped, but they still managed to get out and pick up another kill in the bargain.
And Cosq couldn't quite connect with everything, but certainly making Origen pay for just blindly aggressive plays. So Synkrov goes into the top lane with the Shen. They manage to take down Jisoo, even though Synkrov drops very low. It's a good start to this one, getting first blood for the team. Sartorius maybe a little bit of a redemption kill after dropping first blood earlier. And watch Peke see Pridestalker on a ward, dodge up towards him because he had to, but doesn't flash back away, doesn't try and escape. Maybe at that point he thinks he's already dead, so holds his flash, which, you know, you can argue may save him later. We'll have a look at that. But this was Tabs, remember, going aggressive. He flashed in himself onto Dreams and Yuki because he thought Sartorius was going to be there faster, and he wasn't. Cosq, a little unfortunate here, doesn't quite hit anything.
Okay, Synkrov going in for round two right now. Jisoo, he does throw down another ultimate, but there are 3 members here as he tried to burn down Synkrov. It was not enough. Origen get themselves a second kill, but you got to take a look at the important distinction here. Misfits Academy, after each one of their kills, they were able to get a tower. And 2-0 right now on the game. That's making up a fair amount of that gold difference. It's about 2,000 in favor of that team.
This game's gone a little crazy.
So did game 1.
Yeah, but this one's gone crazy.
Different crazy.
A little early, yeah, different kind of crazy. Both teams kind of just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Now Cosq looking to try and make another side play. You can see Misfits Academy unafraid to push up into enemy territory. They have a few wards, but they are being matched a little by Origen. Well, there's a Cloud Drake on the menu soon enough. Easiest next tower would be the one in the middle, but I say easy. You're up against an Orianna, completed Morellonomicon.
It feels, while we're watching Origen, like they've been scrimming Fnatic. Like, that's what this feels like to me, in the sense that Tabs has picked up this cannon. It looks like they've maybe been beaten by it in a scrim, and they're like, this is the way to go. We're going to split push with our AD carry cannon. Because this is so far removed from what Origen were doing in previous series, previous games, that something has happened with a drastic play shift in the last week and a half.
Well, there's always a danger relying on scrim results to try and tell what ends up happening on the big stage. And it's another thing, got out of talking to Hussein last week. Hey, you know, Misfits Academy, they're a team that actually surprisingly perform better on stage than they do in scrims. And, you know, that's a bit of a rare trait for teams sometimes, and it definitely works in their favor. Jisoo stepping forward, but he doesn't know. Synkrov is right there.
Well here.
Oh boy. Okay, hop in. They're bringing the Shen. There's the red carpet, but it's Peke who finishes the damage off, and there's just a lot more friends on the Origen side. Pridestalker now, he's isolated himself. See if he can hold on to this tower.
2-1-0 on the game for Peke so far. But it's not all just about those kills so far. I mean, Misfits Academy want to try and play it on the side lanes, and Origen doing a decent job at least of shutting them down here now. They brought the rest of the team up to the top side, trying to push them in. But Origen haven't got a tower yet. As long as they can equalize this tower, the tower lead from Misfits Academy before mid tower goes down, Origen still can contain some of this 1-3-1 setup that Misfits Academy are trying to run. But Jisoo was spotted on a ward. Pridestalker, he had the sweeper. Jisoo thought maybe if he gets out, everything will be okay. But there's the power of that Shen. Comes in with the Rengar, get onto Rumble. And, ooh, looks like we just saw Nakian catch Cosq with the Shockwave. Flash still up for Cosq, so doesn't look like he ulted away either. That cooldown is still available as well.
Oh, that might come in handy here. Pridestalker trying to take down the Rift Scuttler. Synkrov beats him to the punch, and they get that secured up. Now teleport spent back by Cosq. Hadn't talked as much. He spends it early, in fact. Haven't talked as much about the double TP setup, but that is what Cosq chose to run rather than the Ignite. Trying to get a little bit more map pressure around.
And I think that was because Origen was threatening Jisoo again.
Oh no, no, I've seen this one before. Jisoo in plain sight.
Jisoo is not playing around enemy wards particularly well. Don't
he
know
had
whether
such
he
a
just
good game
didn't
one.
Spot that? Yeah, he had a great game one. Solo killing Sartorius, basically pushing him in the entire game long, but he's 0-4-0 on this Rumble.
Yep, that's going to be a little bit rough for him. We have seen some top lane struggles on both sides now so far in this series. Origen get themselves a Cloud Drake, so that gives them a little extra speed boost. Now Kozq, he's going to need some speed to get out of harm's way. Tabs coming in, that forces him to spend a Spear Rush charge, but Synchron's there. Oh, so Kozq coming in again. He takes him out with the help of Pride Stalker. Now TP up top, Jisoo's coming back, mop up some minions.
Very messy here. Kozq, skill shots not always landing for him. I thought maybe Synchron was going to go aggressive, pop his ult and jump onto Kozq, but ends up just getting hit, taking a lot of damage. Pride Stalker and Kozq just kind of take him out there. It's been a very weird last few minutes of this game. A lot of unnecessary deaths. These are the types of deaths and plays that we've kind of seen drop out of LCS teams for quite some time here. Here comes Tabs.
Well, Dreams, he's going to go down unless he can get himself out of harm's way in time, but no, not nearly enough. He does buy a little time for Yuki and Pride Stalker to have to flash out of the shockwave instantaneously. Talk about synchronization on that, but it's Origen. They're the ones pulling the trigger right now, and they've got the kill lead still down in gold because they haven't been able to find a tower, but now Jisoo has found Sartorius with the help of Pride Stalker. There goes the equalizer. Nahun is going to limp out of it.
Misfits Academy, all that play comes from is the fact that after killing Synchron, they think, okay, we can go into the enemy jungle, get vision control.
Uh-oh, Peke, he's caught, heals out. So he goes in again, Spirit Rush, and he does it, flashing back out. Now Sartorius is incoming, gets the flash taunt, and under tower, Tab should be able to get the kill, and Sartorius helps him juggle the aggro.
Okay, we're going all out, try and just kill anyone we can in this game right now, because this is how this is deteriorating. Origen are finally going to maybe open up a tower, but look at where mid lane is going to be pushed in response. Like, if Misfits Academy get this tower, it puts so much pressure onto Origen now because they suddenly lose a lot more of the map. Misfits Academy will have, greater ease of walking into, like, Jisoo just killed Synchro.
Yeah, all right, and they get the tower. Nahun didn't have a shockwave to try and force them back, and now Jisoo's chasing on. He's got flash, he's going to use it instantly, burning down the Yordle for a double kill, and just like that, Jisoo's back in the game.
I don't know whether that was Origen overstaying. Did they tank the tower up themselves? Did they try and get away from that before Jisoo? I mean, this game has just gone bonkers. Peke, this is the Shen play. Flash into him, try and get everything. Origen using 2-3 flashes to try and get kills here. Of course, they end up getting the kills, but how much does it mean? Double flash forced from Nahun's shockwave after he flashed, and then this was the exchange. Kozq killing Peke. Tabs lost a lot of his health here as well. Sartorius came in for this fight. Everybody was involved in everything, and this was like a whole minute to a minute and a half where the teams were just pushing. Okay, so Jisoo just with the minions, with a cannon minion, plus rumble damage. Tabs still on the health we saw at the end of the last replay. The rest of Misfits had pushed mid. Origen thought they were safe. Look at the damage comes out from Rumble.
Yep.
A lot of fighting.
It's definitely gone a little silly, but for Origen, we wanted them to get to this point in the game, being able to hold on, being able to find those 5v5 fights, and they had been sticking together for a while to try and force back Misfits Academy, but now they're all in the side lanes. Tabs and Kozq, you can see the rest of Misfits Academy are making their way into Origen territory to try and push people back after 20 minutes. The Barons, of course, now an option. Would be very early, and there isn't a hugely snowballed lead for Misfits Academy.
Hey, that doesn't mean that Origen won't rush it. Okay,
you're not wrong. You are
doesn't
not wrong.
Doesn't matter.
Stress.
Everybody's alive. Origen, they might look for the Baron. Again, Nahun's not having the worst of games, which is perhaps overly negative of me to spin it in that way, because game one was good for him.
Yeah.
Ended up picking a bunch of kills, getting a lot of stuns down. I want to see whether his shockwaves can stand up in this game. Maybe make a big impact. They are down in gold, but Misfits Academy, they get caught in a fight. This Kennen, this Orianna, can have that massive impact.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair to Nahun, too, even against some of the LCS level mid laners, he wasn't always falling down in the laning phase. A lot of it kind of came a little bit after when he just wasn't able to execute at that highest level. And on a champion like Orianna, well, there's 3,000 elo shockwaves and there's 300 elo shockwaves. Take your pick.
We'll see whether Nahun can hit that Pharrell and Lord-esque Shockwave. We're in Europe. We stick with Pharrell and Lord.
Ah, okay. That's one of those. That's one of those advanced European things that even I don't know about, even after 2 years. Okay, hold on. Tabs is coming in. Teleport. Oh, he's going out. Chains have stopped, but the teleport is interrupted, and Pride Stalker gets caught by Synkrov. And now Misfits Academy in full scramble right now. Cosq is unable to join the team. Oh man, Origen, they just opened up a can of surprise and ended up being a 1-for-1 with Tabs going down, but so did Pride Stalker.
It looked like Sartorius. He was first interrupted on Stand United, then Cosq got interrupted on his teleport coming through. Origen wanting to continue this on now to the tower. It doesn't aid him, no Shockwave available, so we'll zone Yuki back for a moment, but they've run out of minions. Origen trying desperately to equalize the tower difference.
Yep, they managed to get one in that bottom, but we all know what happened afterwards. 7-7 in kills. Neither team's been really gun-shy the last several minutes, and now Jisoo is going to take his place down bottom to duke it out with Sartorius.
And Jisoo's gone from being not exactly the strongest at 0-4-0 to picking up 3 kills. Now has the Leandres alongside Voidstaff. Pride Stalker just got taken out.
This was like 3 separate moments of action. Well, on the bottom side, it was like a duel between the Ari and the Shen, and I mean, they got out with, only 1 death. That's not too bad for Misfits Academy, considering the expenditure.
Something that's going well for Misfits Academy is the AD carry matchup again.
Yeah.
Yuki 40 CS up. See if he can get himself a pentakill again.
I mean, that's something you always want to repeat, but if somebody did that all the time, that'd be a whole nother story.
I don't think Origen really want to repeat of that happening again.
Yeah. And speaking to Yuki, too, like, when you look at this roster at Misfits Academy, you look at names like Cosq, you look at hotshots like Pride Stalker, only 17 years old and stepping up. Jisoo and Dreams, maybe this series you can make an argument for Jisoo kind of making the big step up, but Yuki is a guy that, is actually on the older end of a pro player spectrum. He's 25 years old, and he's not been able to get up to the top level, but he's played on so many teams. I mean, you have to go back to like 2014 when he was playing on like the old Gamers 2, and he's been around for a long time.
And to that point, he struggled in Challenger on many of those teams. That Gamers 2 lineup was not the one that qualified for the LCS. The Millennium lineup that he played on wasn't the same Millennium that was dominating everybody, but Tabs.
We'll get back to that.
And kill Cosq.
Speaking of experienced AD carries, Cosq, he's able to get out of Tabs, but the rest of Origen are there. Synkrov finishing off the kill, slicing down the mid laner and burning a flash in the process. Origen, they're bringing the gang squad.
They're really firing back in this series as well now. They still behind on this matchup. Misfits Academy maintaining the lead, and if they can get out on those side lanes again, maybe they can push Origen back and try and take a second game win here, because they look pretty good in game 1. Game 2 has mostly been in their favor, but dodge out from Jisoo.
That was a hair's breadth away, and he actually burns flash to get rid of the tether. The wild growth was already on him, and they're not going to use that to re-engage the fight.
They don't want to fight without Cosq is the main thing for Misfits Academy. He's a good percentage of the damage, although there is a Rumble, there's a Kha'Zix, there's a Varus, there is still a lot of damage. Cosq's ability to get in and out of fights can't really be overlooked. There is a 3rd tower going down in favor of Origen. This one's an inner tower, so reduces a lot of the ability to play out on that top lane now. Long way from safety if anybody pushes out there.
We talked about Origen's ability to team fight, but rather than trying to take 5v5s, they're finding openings where Misfits Academy are isolated. It's not just been Jisoo, like we see on our screen here. It's Cosq just a few minutes ago, and that's their 8th kill of the game. They get themselves an equalizer on towers. It's definitely not looking too bad for Origen right now. They're within striking distance of evening up the gold game.
They are, but I think they've got to be careful that Misfits Academy don't punish them on some of those aggressive moves that Origen have been moving, they've been making, where Peke's stepped forward to ward, or Tabs has been caught out trying to go into the fight first.
They weren't always on the same page, in all fairness. No. Tabs has been honestly wanting to go all in on it, and they need to be able to sync that up. If you can land that big slicing maelstrom into a shockwave, that's how you delete people. That's the wombo combo you're looking for. And Synkrov and Sartorius, they can dive into the back line. Pretty much bring everybody with them. The only one who's not going deep is going to be Peke.
The problem is, remember that this is not the AP Kennen that we've seen. So yes, Kennen in those enclosed fights does a good amount of damage with the Hurricane, the Blade of the Rune King, but if you're going in first, you need the rest of the team around you, because otherwise you're going to get taken out. You don't have a Zhonya's, you've got a QSS instead, so it means you can position yourself But without a flash, Tabs has to be very careful going in. If they do get that lockdown, the fight's almost certainly done.
Yeah, it might be a one-way trip, I guess is what you're saying, but if you can combo that, if you can get the ball delivery on, obviously Synkrov has been a pretty attractive target for the Command Protect as well. We'll see if Misfits Academy can avoid that. Cosq is definitely nimble enough to do it. You can see the QSS also matched by Yuki. Yet to get that pentakill in game 2, but he's managed to keep himself alive the whole time.
Banking on it.
Satori is zoning here. Yuki's trying to fire him down, but meanwhile, Origen are doing double time on this tower as Leduc looks on for game number 2, hoping his team's able to pull out a win, evening up the series 1-1. That would be a great start for them. And Daehoon! Oh, he walks it out, but can he escape from the equalizer? The answer is yes. And they get some redemption off the back of it, but now Misfits Academy realize, okay, with some summoners burnt, everybody's on the board right now. Do we bait this Baron?
Well, they just got the honey fruit there as well, so they're able to heal back up a bit. Cosq's recalling out, does have TP available.
Origen, they're taking the bluff and trying to
Cosq's
push
got
down mid.
1,500 gold. He wants to complete his Void Staff before he's able to get into that fight. Did just pick it up. Wanted that all-important extra magic penetration to be able to cut perhaps through Sartorius a little more, who has that Spray of Visage. So does Synkrov. They've started itemizing well towards this magic damage where, I mean, even Varus is going to have a considerable amount of magic damage threat in fights. It comes from those Blight stacks. When you proc them, it's magic damage, not attack damage. So, of course, it's that mix of both. But if you can defend against 2.5 members of Misfits just by going one route, that's where Origen are going.
Well, it was my favorite league-related sitcom, by the way. 2.5 members. Question, though, for Misfits Academy. Does Pride Stalker then become a lot more important, being the big AD source of damage on this team?
Are you asking if he gets replaced by Ashton Kutcher after a bunch of seasons?
Well, he certainly goes ham enough to beat Charlie Sheen, so...
Well, we're going to have to see at the end of this one whether Pride Stalker is going to be winning. It's an oldie and a baddie.
Holy moly. All right. You just went 110% on that one, Stress. I only can hope I can get to that level. But right now, at 30 minutes into this game, this is a much closer affair than even we had in game number 1. A big fight could really turn this game on its head. At this point, Misfits, they'd already started to acquire a bigger lead.
They had, and this one, realistically, Origen, I think, this style with the Shen is working out for them so much better than game 1, where they're trying to play into the Shen, trying to play that Gangplank matchup that went so far awry.
I mean, that was a very strange matchup for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, especially
more
with first blood at 2 minutes. Like, in lane.
I mean, Sartorius knows he did an oopsie, but, you know, then he realized, hey, guys, what if I get the shot?
Yeah, what if I get it? The interesting part about that is we saw Sartorius before game 2 out on stage with Ducky talking, and I'm really interested to see how Sartorius, you know, mentality throughout this series continues on, because if he steadied the ship already from that first blood, then that's a good sign for Origen, but you've always got to now keep an eye on in between games how the players are reacting. That's one thing we're very fortunate to have here in the studio, is the ability to watch that unfold, because you start to see a lot of how teams interact when they go down a game and how do they bounce back.
And there's something to be said for that happening in, you know, the normal best-of-3 scenario that the teams have been playing with more or less throughout the entire split. But a best-of-5 is a different kind of animal, right? Like, you have more time, especially when you're in the promotion tournament, when your LCS career is on the line. I mean, that is a much bigger thing to worry about.
Right, that I can't disagree with you on that one, especially when Origen came out early and you know, said Sartorius is a player that we really want. He was one of the first members on to that lineup, and he realistically has a lot of weight on his shoulders, as well as the fact that you got Xpeke and Tabs in there. They will be shouldering a lot of that weight. There's some expectation still on his challenger mainstay of Sartorius to steady the Origen ship and get them through this playoffs.
Yeah, if they can make their way back into the LCS, could be a very different story for this Origen lineup. There's a Baron dance going on right now. See if Pride Stalker checks too deep into it. He's able to walk away without taking too much damage, but more to your point, Sartorius is not just a player with a lot of pressure on his shoulders, he's also a very self-critical one. And heard from him in an interview last week that, you know, hey, you know, it wasn't my best performance. Obviously, you're talking about going down 0-2, but the team seemed to be improved. He himself had a lot to say about his own performance, especially on that Gragas not being able to set up the initiations as much as they would have liked to. And, you know, that's even harder. When you are harder on yourself than everyone else around you, losing just becomes that much more painful.
And that's a pick, the Gragas, that I expect Sartorius to pick back up in this series.
Speaking of picks, okay, can they get the damage? No, the Shen Shield's there, but instantly they turn back around looking for Nahun. Pridestalker's able to get the job done, and KazQ is even able to flash out. Now they turn for Peke. It's Yuki that gets the kill. Pridestalker still on top of Sartorius, and there's still a smite, but it's 5v3.
Quick turn for Baron out of Misfits Academy. KazQ is low, but he does have teleport available.
They're baiting this.
They're baiting.
Sartorius stepping
Sartorius,
up.
careful.
Oh, do they have the damage? He's going to taunt away. Still has flash.
And look at how clean it's been for Misfits Academy right now, controlling the Baron. There's so many wards for Misfits and none for Origen available. KazQ's going to TP back into this because Misfits have started the Baron this time around. Can Synkrov get in there? He's no ultimate. KazQ can look to defend with Jisoo because of the charm. It's already gone.
And they lay down the equalizer just to make sure Synkrov wouldn't get any cheeky ideas at the last second. 33 minutes, that's the first Baron of the game. It goes Misfits Academy's way, and they've got some waves to start cleaning up.
They've been looking a lot better in this last couple of minutes of game 2. It's been a slower one after that crazy number of kills back and forth from both teams. But Misfits Academy seem to be the team that have really taken it to Origen in the last couple of minutes. You can see from the control wooded area, KazQ jumps out, lands a charm. Pridestalker finishes off the kill onto Nahun, who was barely not able to flash away. You can see that cooldown's coming up soon. Nahun was down for 47 seconds. That opened up the Baron.
And it was so critical that KazQ lived through that. And this is what you were talking about, his ability to get in and to get out, if necessary, of these fights. With Origen having so many tools at their disposal to lock down these key members of Misfits. Let's see if they can do it again. Looking for a pincer. That is a two-man taunt right now, and Sartorius and Synkrov double time, but the damage is there. The shockwave pulls Yuki. Oh, he's still able to flash out, and now Tabs is in trouble. Slicing Maelstrom. Not enough damage for the rest of Misfits Academy. Have to hightail it out, and they've got a redemption of their own to stay alive. Oh, let's see if they go back in for round 2. Here comes Jisoo flashing forward. It's a redemption from the Origen side. They're going to get some health back, but they're burning low. Misfits Academy on the chase here. Sartorius back in base. Now it's time to turn for this mid lane inhibitor turret.
Jisoo doing enough work to continue the Pridestalker and the rest of the Misfits attempt at mid tower. Look at how fast they crushed down that inhibitor now, and from what looked like a very close game between Origen and Misfits Academy have blown wide open. They were able to get pick after pick and just take Origen to pieces as they get their first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, they just totaled those two towers really quick like, and this is like what we were seeing earlier on in game number 1, a little bit later than to be expected.
Cancelled. He cancelled his TP.
He doesn't have Stand United either. It's no way for him to get back there quickly.
Origen looked very flustered on the last few minutes of this game. Misfits Academy have caught them out with the charms from Ari. Yuki's done a good job managing to get himself out of the fight. Just surviving was so critical to being able to take down the rest of these towers. Double taunt came through. You can see Lulu shield and ult goes onto Yuki. Even eats the shockwave and he survived. Tabs looked like he could clean up, but couldn't close the distance here. Didn't have the ability to get in there. Redemption comes through and Misfits Academy buy enough time for Rumble to come around the side. Flash into the Electro Harpoon. Good equalizer, at least to damage some of the Origen members there on their way out, slow them down and allow Misfits to push down the mid inhibitor.
Every summoner burned on the Misfits Academy side, and every single one of them worth. Now Sartorius is caught out and isolated. No way for him to get out of harm's way. There's no Stand United coming for this guy, and now as he taunts onto Pridestalker, Yuki and Dreams are there, locking him up with the chains of corruption. He might be tanky, but it's not enough, and now Peke trying to turn this one around, but KazQ is here. And the rest of Origen knows they cannot take this fight. 28 seconds till the Elder is going to spawn up on this map.
Misfits active on the map, punishing Origen at every turn. And it's been a very different series than Origen would be expecting here. They thought maybe they could match up against Misfits Academy. Of course, given it from the fact that Giants selected Fnatic Academy, and Misfits Academy have looked a lot stronger from the bottom lane than perhaps we've seen in recent weeks. Mid lane's worked well. Cosq, Jisoo in game 1 doing very well, but it's Misfits as a team have been good at punishing Origen when they've made mistakes.
And the macro decisions that they have made have been a huge part of this. Coming into this series, it'd be easy to be forgiven for just thinking, all right, it's going to be all on the back of PrideStalker. This is what we saw against Schalke. Nah, not the case. Misfits Academy are showing up in several lanes right now, and it nets them not 1, but 2 inhibitors overall, that mid one having fallen a little earlier on. And let's see if they can keep this one going. Cosq and PrideStalker. Oh, that's a lot of damage from the command attack. Dissonance combo, but PrideStalker sitting pretty with his Guardian Angel. Now, Elder Dragon's up next. See if Cosq can get a pick off. Shockwave deletes him as he goes in. Or a bit of an ill-advised play now. This might open up the game for Origen a bit.
And that right there is a decision-making out of Misfits that could very well turn this series back around. They have a good lead already. PrideStalker wants to try and get in, but they're drip in 1 by 1 here for Misfits. Now Equalizer comes out.
Okay, can they pick off Tabs? Right now
dead.
they can. Yuki's able to do it, but he is going to get popped instantly, shut down by Syncroft. Dreams flashing away. Syncroft hopping, misses the bullet, doesn't matter. Has the knives, but Dreams is whimsying away. Not till the bullet strike knocks him in the back of the head. It's just Tabs traded for Cosq, Yuki, and Dreams, and it was Cosq getting blown up that really started that whole thing.
Now Origen are going to be the ones committing to the Elder Drake. PrideStalker is blind on this one. The ward has been control warded out. Can he jump in there and actually steal it away? Is it even worthwhile at this point? Yeah, no ult.
Zoned up by Peke here.
Ability to get in. Good job from Peke and from Misfits Academy, looking like they were in full control. Oh, PrideStalker.
His ult comes off cooldown. Jisoo, meanwhile, was leading minions into the mid, so PrideStalker's actually just buying time. He does get taken off by Syncroft, and
Nexus turret's going down.
died too, but look at the Nexus turrets.
Nexus turret is going down. Nobody has been able to stop them.
Oh, he's going to stop
them.
Peke. He's going to kill him on this one now. Oh, man. That was sexy.
Tabs got back. Jisoo just flashes in.
Oh, no.
Oh.
The Winions.
Oh, barely.
Oh.
No. Ooh. Survives. Barely survives in favor of Origen, but already one Nexus tower is down. Misfits, it's gone a little crazy again on this game. First of all, the attempted kill onto Syncroft downs Cosq. He tries to go 1 versus 4. Then Origen attempting the Elder Drake turn, catch PrideStalker, take out his Guardian Angel, and then Misfits Academy have swapped sides with Origen for the remainder of this fight. Dreams eventually dies, but Jisoo, with the hero plays, trying to just hold on, taking out as many Origen members that were recalling as possible, because Misfits, they want to close this game out. They want a clean end to this. Cosq, oh, that's painful. We didn't see that live.
That is, it feels bad, man.
Yeah.
All right, so 13 to 13 in kills. But it's critical for Origen that they now got an Elder Drake, even if it came at the expense of nearly losing both their Nexus turrets. Can Misfits Academy rush down this Baron? Are they going to try it, in fact? Because there's full health entire Origen squad, including Sartorius with all of his cooldowns up and available.
Well, it kind of relies on that top inhibitor being down. Stantzy Knight's going to do Cosq.
We've seen this one before. Cosq's going to have to burn a couple more charges of Spirit Rush. He uses 2, 3. Syncroft's still on the chase right now, but he's the only one here. He goes through the hunt, looking for PrideStalker, who hops in. They're going for mid. They're going to try to get themselves a quick inhib. And now Jisoo, they've got some healing, courtesy of the Redemption. But Origen, they've reacted in time. PrideStalker getting caught out by Syncroft. Sartorius on the front line. They don't get the kills.
Sartorius didn't get the taunt either. Or Tabs now trying to catch Jisoo out.
Can they do it?
Might force a fight here.
They're not healthy enough, but they have the minion waves. Origen cannot make too many moves to combat this, but Misfits Academy, they're not healthy enough. They don't feel like they can take the fight at the Baron Pit just yet, so Jisoo backs away. He's got teleport available if he needs it.
They just pinged onto the ward that is behind a lot of Origen's mid lane. Now the TP is coming through.
Spending it. Oh, he's going to mid lane.
He's going to mid. I don't think he's looking to end. He's looking to close in around Origen.
He finds Nahum. That's a big equalizer, but they're able to walk away for most of it. And the Blast Cone detonation means that Misfits Academy, their chance to take that fight, went up in ashes.
Misfits Academy throwing a lot at these attempted fights around Baron here. And of course now Nakian's Shockwave is back available. So is Synchron's on.
So
Coscue's
is
got him!
Coscue! He goes in, he gets a kill. Shockwave out of the equation. It's a double kill now for the Ari. Jisoo might get caught, but a wild growth is going to keep him alive, and in comes Pride Stalker trying to take down Synchron, caught up by the Bola. But it doesn't matter, even with the taunt out. Origen, they're moving slow, and Misfits Academy are marching down the mid lane. Coscue's on the top. It's 4v3. Misfits Academy, they smell the win right now. They want to get themselves up 2-0 in this series.
Misfits Academy should have enough. They've taken down Sartorius, Tabs, and Synchron won't be enough. Misfits find Nahun. Coscue flashed over the wall, got the kill. It's enough. They're 2-0 up, surely.
Oh, Tabs, last-ditch effort right now, but in comes Pride Stalker. They take it down. They grab the Nexus. 42 minutes in now. Synchron, pad those stats. There's a shutdown for Jisoo, and it's match point for Misfits.
It didn't start quite in favor of Misfits as the first game, but it ends dramatically in their favor. A big pick from Coscue onto Nahun really shut this game out from Origen. They just crush back through that mid lane. Everything goes in favor of Misfits Academy, and they're on the verge of putting both challenger teams in the winners bracket final, meaning that we would certainly have one new LCS team come summer 2017.
Wouldn't that be a hell of a match? Origen on their side has to be shocking. One game away from being knocked down to losers bracket, setting up a dance with Giants Gaming. Lost yesterday. Gonna have some soul searching to do no matter what, and we'll have to see what the coach has to say to them after that one. It was a much more even game for the majority of it, but when Misfits hit the gas pedal, there was no stopping them.
Yeah, there really wasn't. I'm a little concerned looking at how Origen, the playstyle that they're trying to play for themselves. They're getting Tabs this cannon now in both games. I think they need to put a little bit more priority on like the Varus, try and maybe get an Ashe, something like that for Origen. Something where Tabs has a little bit more use, because he's not having bad games as such.
He just doesn't have the damage. He's become utility.
Yeah, the problem is not necessarily the damage, it's that his utility revolves around him going aggressively into the enemy team and he dies. His utility on Varus or on the Ashe allows him to put out crowd control and then take a step back. That's not the same as Kennen, and they're not utilizing him on a side lane like Fnatic have been in the LCS. They're not really allowing him to do too much in these games.
Yeah, and that has been a little troubling, because throughout the LCS split, Tabs was much more comfortable to kind of play back, and even if they would lose lane every now and again, he still was able to come up during the mid games. He's a very experienced player, and you know, I think they could definitely change that up, and we might see a big difference. Sartorius as well. They've been putting him in a bit more of a comfortable situation, but as you suggested, maybe we'll see the Gragas back. We saw the potential of, you know, being able to flash engage, the barrel still being a very useful thing. But I mean, that's the question we really have to ask is, the man on your screen here, Peke, that shot calling, where is it?
Well, that's where you've got to look at it, like how much of it actually is Peke shot calling in the game, and how much of it is the rest of the team, because we can basically hear Misfits shot calling. Jisoo's got a very strong voice in his team by the looks of it, but I mean, that legendary shot calling that you're alluding to,
or leadership at the very least,
necessarily seem to be showing up, or at least it's not enough for Origen to overcome this. They're now one game away from being out of the winners bracket in the promotion tournament. Misfits Academy, on the other hand, the team that barely scraped into 4th place in the Challenger playoffs or round robins.
Yeah. Then taking down Schalke.
One game away after beating Schalke from beating Origen and putting themselves a series away from the LCS. Trying to replicate what their sister team Misfits did the split before. They're in a good spot.
Might be the case, but we did see Origen at least at one point manage to come back against the Misfits squad. Maybe they'll do it again. Misfits Academy, they've brought us to match point, and it's all on Origen to avoid the sweep. Game 3 is coming your way right after this.
I was always a better support.
Maybe, but not good.
Hero charge, but Synchron's there. Oh, Coscue coming in again. He takes him out with the help of Pride Stalker. Hold on, Tabs is coming in. Teleport. Oh, he's going out. Chains have stopped, but the teleport is interrupted, and Pride Stalker gets caught by Synchron.
Okay, Oriana ulti, Oriana
I
ulti.
got Oriana, I got Oriana.
I make it smart, I make
I
it
go on
smart.
Karma, I go on Karma.
Karma.
Good job. I slow,
Take ulti,
I
I
slow.
shield you. Run up.
Yeah, I have to run. I got it.
Nice.
That's really good. Really
Clear wave,
Then comes Pride Stalker. They take it down. They grab the Nexus. 42 minutes in now. Synchron pad those stats. There's a shutdown for Jisoo, and it's match point for Misfits.
We didn't know what to expect, but like we had no pressure because no one expected us to win. For me, it would be nice to have some LCS experience because I just wanted to see how it is and how everything goes and how I would perform on stage every week.
Welcome back to Berlin for Game 3 in the series between Origen and Misfits Academy, where the Challenger squad, they're one win away from getting into that winner's bracket.
Yeah, and you just heard CosQ talking a little bit about their win over Schalke, how nobody expected them. Well, after that win, now 2 more successive game wins. They have been looking so great and are on the spot with 1 game left to win.
Absolutely.
Origen. If they can close it out, they move to the winners bracket final to face Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, we got to take a look at, though, how they did it. We talked about Game 1 already, but for Game 2, I mean, it was a much more quiet affair, but then they kind of started blowing things open with the mid game and this fight in the mid lane.
And a lot of it revolved around CosQ. His stat line didn't look amazing because there was a couple of deaths on it, but he was always starting these fights. And realistically, he was so close to dying in so many of these exchanges and just got himself out an okay in time. You know, when CosQ was able to survive, maybe he should have had like 8 deaths on the board, but there was a couple of pivotal ones that came later on. I mean, Misfits Academy, so much of their game plan was just catch people and then siege.
Yeah, and we saw that a little bit later on in the game when they just were sieging down into that mid lane again. Sartorius tried to make the big play, but it looked like Syncroft was playing with paper knives, to be honest.
Well, this one was a little bit more about Origen trying to find a fight against Misfits when Rumble didn't have teleport available. But Misfits back away, get enough time, and in comes Jisoo, charging into the fight, flash into the harpoons. Tries to get kills here, but it's all about buying time for Misfits Academy to head towards the mid lane, push it through. They end up getting the inhibitor from that. And a couple of fights back-to-back after that, Misfits falter on, trying to get players on mid lane, TPing in. But
well, the Elder Dragon was a big thing for Origen as well, and honestly, it looked like they were going to be able to hold on for a little while. But then it became a bit of a wonky Baron dance, and we all know how that one ended.
Yeah, and they TP'd in behind, tried to get a fight going, but it was only when CosQ would surprise Nahyun, flash over the wall right onto that Oriana.
Delete him before he could get the shockwave off.
Yeah, couldn't flash, didn't shockwave, couldn't get himself out in that last fight where Nahyun just ended up falling so quickly. This was the TP from Jisoo where we were wondering, is it enough? Can they get in here? They force Origen back, and it looks like Origen can reset from here, but watch CosQ go. They know that Nahyun is on a ward. Flash, charm, even in double speed, it's fast enough that you blink and you miss it.
Yeah, makes it look like Deathfire Grasp was back in the game. Oof. Pride Stalker then pretty much destroys any other chance that Origen have to really push back on this one, and they can just keep chasing over and over again. Sartorius going down. That was pretty much the death knell of this game, even with the Guardian Angel. Now Origen walking back on stage, take their seats. This could be the last one they'll play today, and you do not want to go down to the loser's bracket without a single win in the entire best of 5.
Yeah, that's, I mean, as coincidental as it would be, I mean, are they really going to end the entire split right now with barely any game wins and potentially not even a series win? If they lose here, they only have one more series technically in this half of the year that could get them any wins.
I mean, I think they could definitely have a chance. We talked about what they had to change in the pick and ban phase. Maybe, you know, stop relying on this Kennen, pick up something more like the Varus, like the Ashe. I think it makes a lot of sense given the playstyle that they want to, but we'll see after 2 games if they mix things up or, you know, if we see more of the same.
The other side of it is while Pride Stalker isn't necessarily carrying on the Kha'Zix himself, I wonder, put him on, like, just ban the 3 junglers.
Yeah, I mean, make him put on something a little less comfortable, right?
See if Misfits end up banning one of them. Origen maybe ban out at least the 2 of them like they've been trying. The problem is now Origen have given Misfits the blue side, which means you get to first pick Graves or Rengar, depending on which one's available. It hasn't been the difficulty, but remember, this is only this kid's 2nd series on stage. This is, what, game 6 that we're going in, game 7 that we're going into for him on the stage. Put him on something he's not quite so known for. Make him play an Elise. Make him play Elise in.
Yeah, definitely take the comfort out of his hands, and we'll see what happens. Origen on the red side, Misfits on the blue. We'll see what happens in this game number 3. Misfits Academy need 1 more to set up a showdown with their fellow Challenger Squad Fnatic Academy.
It's going to be the same. It'll be the Malzahar here from Misfits Academy, probably Camille and Elise, depending on how the rest of the bans go. If Origen do ban straight towards the jungler, then obviously the Elise may not come through as a ban, but Tahm Kench off the board. Origen don't look like they're changing their strategy so far.
Definitely not. No. Maybe they know something.
I mean,
we
we're
don't,
1 ban in, right? And Tahm Kench...
but when you're on match point and you're sticking to the same guns, you have something in your mind, and, well, we have to see if it comes out. There's the Camille ban, as expected, once again. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Or if it is broken, ban it.
So they're taking out Tahm Kench, Rengar, Graves. Game 1 was the Elise ban out of Misfits Academy here because they know they'll at least get Kha'Zix or Graves at this point. Yeah, here you go, Elise off the board.
What we might see different this time around is maybe Origen opt to first pick on their rotation, the Kazakhs, if Misfits Academy go for the Lulu again, because that's what they've been doing. There's the Shen ban. That's a change up. So they've actually left the Graves open.
And this tells you that they're comfortable in a lot of these matchups. Lee Sin's available, Graves is up, so Misfits Academy again. Lulu is the call here because there's enough junglers available. You don't have to rush that. Origen, it tells you they are not comfortable playing into the Shen, which not many teams are available or are comfortable playing into it.
There's the Graves locked in for Origen. Syncroft will have that. Now we have to see what they also pick up.
Varus here, or Ashe, one of the two. I think I prefer Varus over everything else. Misfits Academy have been given the Varus in both games. And Origen have not prioritized it. It has been a pick for Tabs in the regular split that did okay, and it has been doing so well for Misfits Academy.
Well, you're gonna get your wish this time, Stress. It's locked in on the side of Origen. We'll see what Yuki takes instead of this Varus.
It's not gonna be Kennen. I mean, it'll probably be something like an Ashe, one of these picks that can do quite well. Yuki played a whole bunch of, well, he played 4 champions. Jhin, Varus, Ashe, Ezreal.
Kind of like a lot of junglers in the LCS, so he has that experience. And Pridestalker, no-brainer,
surprise, surprise,
is able to lock in the Kazakhs on this rotation. Same deal for the Misfits Academy. Still waiting to answer the question of what the AD carry is going to be. See if Misfits pick it up on this round.
Yeah, you got to pick AD carry in this rotation, surely. Unless you're comfortable to just pick like an Ezreal later on in the draft.
They could blind their mid if they really want KazQ.
The problem is if you blind mid here, it gets answered by Origen here. So they could pick a safe top laner here, like a Nautilus.
Okay, there we go.
The Nautilus bit was after seeing it. Yeah.
Okay.
But right now, Origen could blind pick mid lane. If they pick Syndra here, there aren't too many options out of Misfits Academy. And Origen can pick mid, then ban 2 mids, and then pick a response to top lane. They also could pick top here and do the same with mid afterwards. There's 2 different options they could go for. We'll see what Origen end up going for.
Oh, laying it on the line. They take the Fizz, and well, you can see that one coming, I guess, if you take a look at Sartorius' summoners.
Yeah. Well, this is where Origen had to themselves think about this and feel like, what do we want to pick up? Do we want the safe mid laner, or do we want the better top lane matchup? Because it's likely that a Rumble or a Fizz would have got banned in ban phase 2. Now we're looking towards mid lane.
Yep, Katarina ban, no surprise. Whenever you're up against KazQ, there's a couple of champs you want to ban out.
Cassiopeia is the next one then.
Shouldn't be surprised. We might see the Ahri come in again, but he's not going to be able to counter pick. Instead, probably get picked against by Neha, and Syndra's still up and available.
And Origen will likely just go for the Karma as the actual first pick off phase 2. If it's available, that is, at the end of this. Obviously, Zyra's taken away.
A few more seconds. There's the Cassio. So, definitely giving the respect enough for that. We'll see what the Misfits Academy last ban's going to be.
Now, do they ban the Karma? Do they ban Syndra here? Of course, Syndra is the safe blind pick or mid laner. LeBlanc is up for once as well.
That is true. So there's definitely a lot of options for both Nahun and KazQ. I feel like the Karma ban might be something to throw Peke a little bit off. It's going to be a LeBlanc ban, though.
So, Karma here, and then do they let Syndra over? Here's the discussion. You either go Syndra here, pick the safe mid laner for yourself, or you take the Karma here and go Echo if Nahun wants to play it. I don't think it'll be the Akali that we saw earlier. Nahun hasn't shown a propensity towards that champion.
Origen taking their time, and they actually lock in the Nami blind. It's what we saw in game number 1. I know you said it's not going to be, and I'm pretty sure you're right, but Yuki is having a little fun with this one.
But what this provides is disengage for this Varus in the mid lane. They're most likely expecting Misfits to go Syndra, in which they pick Echo, have strong side lanes in the Fizz and the Echo, and then you rely on a champion to disengage in the mid lane. Only thing is, there's a lot of catch on the side of Misfits Academy, and if they do pick up the Syndra here, it means Misfits will look to just force fights.
But they lock the Orianna for KazQ, so they actually have themselves some fairly safe lanes, but when you look at it, you have some more submarine availability here with Pridestalker. Maybe this is where they start to put it more on their jungler in game number 3. Origen, they're going to have to find a mid lane answer. Will it be the Zillion? Nahun's had a few.
He's played it a couple of times. Once, actually, coming into this series.
I mean, he has a pretty deep champion pool that we've seen so far in the split. Maybe not had a lot of success, but when the team's not winning, what can you do?
They're putting it on the Zillion. There's not so much a focus on the side lane. Like, Origen looked like they were picking strong side lane matchups and then had to be forced into a bit more of a team fighting style with this Zilean. I mean, you can obviously resurrect somebody, have a lot of AoE stun and damage potential for Nahum.
But they don't have a front line once again, right? You have the ability to resurrect people, you have a lot of sustain, but if you're talking burst damage between CosQ and Pride Stalker, that can get to be a real problem.
And don't underestimate Yuki in this one as well. With no tanks really on the side of Origen, at least no pure tanks, Lucian will be very, very strong at cutting through most Origen members here. So this is where this Lucian won't particularly fall off as hard as we normally would see.
Yes, indeed. Some last-minute words from the coaches as they shake hands for what could be the final time today. For Unlimited, he couldn't be happier with what's happened so far, but will Origen find a way to come back into this game? They'd have to pull the reverse sweep, and if you think they can do it, we want to hear from you. Hop on Twitter, #OGWin if you believe in Peke and the boys. But if you think Misfits Academy are cruising their way to a date with Fnatic Academy, well, #MFA win. We'll find out who takes this one as we're getting ready to load up onto the Rift. Game 3, it could be a quick series. Let's find out who takes it.
This would be really tense if Origen could hear this. But they can't.
Yep. Once those headsets go on, all you can hear are your teammates, and it's important. All right, looks like we'll be taking a quick pause, so the tenseness remains.
Maybe they could hear it. No, they can't.
Not this time.
So, when we look at this, I feel like Misfits Academy, I like their draft quite a lot. I think they got a very solid top laner, although the Fizz is picked into it. I think if Sartorius has a similar performance to game 1, it'll be a rough time for him. I think they got a decent matchup in the mid lane. And this AD carry matchup, I want to keep my eyes again on Yuki. See if Lucian Lulu can just bully around Tabs and Peke. The problem is Varus Nami has a lot of lane presence as well in its own right.
All right, it looks like quick issue resolved, but we are getting ready to go into the game. So it was just a tense moment, always going to be. Backs against the wall, Origen are hoping to climb out of this 2-game deficit. Will it all begin? The comeback, right here, right now, they need it. They're loading up once again onto Summoner's Rift.
Origen are in a very rough spot. Misfits Academy, surely in this break, they just said to themselves, all we gotta do is what we've been doing this entire series long. For the most part, they have looked in control of all of the games. A little bit messy here and there throughout, but Misfits Academy with 2-0 right now. Great situation to be in up against Origen.
Yes, indeed. Starting off, OG. Don't seem too worried in the bottom lane, having a giggle. Or rather, it's Dreams and Yuki. They're having a laugh in that.
Yeah, with one of the most annoying laughs in the game.
Yeah, it's not the most annoying, but it's up there.
One of.
I think the other one, I think the most annoying has got to be Lux.
Yeah, that's fair. Very, very fair. So, quiet start to this one.
We had that last time around, though.
Yep.
And honestly, Misfits, 2 games in a row now, have found an opening to not just exploit, but to explode.
And Tabs and Peke have really struggled in the laning phase. Got harassed down heavily by Yuki and Dreams. Pushed under tower. Didn't really have a great start. This game, we'll see if it can be any different. They obviously have a sustained lead with this Nami. They can punish Dreams, get him to use a lot of those potions early. And they have got this early push. You can see Dreams and Yuki, they won't hit 2 at the same time. Those early trades against Lulu can really affect how the rest of the lane goes. If you can force those potions down, you can get a good advantage.
Yes, they can. Taking a look at how things are all starting out, though, we talked about at the beginning of the series how important it was going to be to get ahead early on, especially for Misfits Academy, Pride Stalker in particular. But now they've got a lot of scaling, right? Like, you have Lucian who's going to be able to be pretty impactful in the mid-game, especially without these tanks on the lineup, as you stated. Pride Stalker has actually been able to not be the one involved in everything to start the game off, because Misfits Academy haven't had 2 bad laning phases, maybe minus the mid, but Kozq's been opting into bad lanes anyways.
It's been quite different from Misfits Academy to how they played against Schalke. A lot of teams looked at the strength of Misfits Academy, and so much of it came from Pride Stalker, some of it came from the team being able to work together well as a unit. I think Jisu's looked better this series than perhaps the Schalke series.
Syncroft gonna find Pride Stalker out in his own jungle here. And not really going to affect too much. It has been a vision game. I think both junglers definitely very wary of each other at the moment, not wanting to really make any huge plays for fear of getting jumped on. Still hard when you're trying to clear minion waves, still a little bit low health. And when you talk about Graves, it's always a jungler that you want to give a little bit more time to. Level 6 when he can really start to get damage with the collateral. Jisu taking a blast cone for no apparent effect, but that's okay.
He's trying to deny it, at least, from Syncroft.
We've seen this before. Yuki getting the better of most trades, but he's a little bit low compared to Tabs. The focus was all on Peke. Here's Syncroft around the middle.
And looking for a gank mid, will not be able to force the flash out of Kozq. Oh, they got a stun.
Double bomb. Oh, he has to burn it.
Yep.
Kozq playing advance, has to burn a quick summoner. Nice gank by Syncroft.
Yeah,
didn't that first blood, but still.
Kozq didn't pop the ghost early. Thought he was out in enough time. But double bomb comes down, catches him for the stun. Kozq a little greedy, having a flash out anyway. Got to keep our eyes bot lane again. Like, look at the trading damage down onto Peke. Peke's trying to win the trade on the backside, but unfortunately, Lucian double tap, Lulu passive makes it very tough. But it's the farm advantage and the sustain advantage that maintains in Origen's favor. However, mid lane is where we're getting the first action.
Turnabout's fair play here, and that's first blood and a flash to boot. Nahan goes down.
Looked like a late flash at a Nahan. Kozq was moving aggressive. Pride Stalker hadn't been spotted by the looks of things. Nahan doesn't respect it, flashes out before that ultimate was available. Couldn't survive.
Fortunately, he's crying. Tier picked up right now. It'll be some time before he can stack that one up, and Pride Stalker is actually making moves into the jungle of Syncroft, spotting him with the Krugs.
Oh, look how low Sartorius is here now.
Jisu's in there.
Misfits Academy can't capitalize on this because they can't go 2v2 under the tower, but Pride Stalker just taking away the Krugs right in front of Syncroft. It's going to be a little frustrating for the former LVP jungler.
Pride Stalker is waiting, seeing if he can get the bait off, but it's hard to dive a Fizz under tower. Still only level 5, so he does not have access to the fish. But Misfits Academy, they're going to be calm, they're going to be calculated, and they're not going to take any overly risky plays just yet.
They were looking to see whether Jisu could maybe land a hook, because remember, no flash on Fizz means that once you get the Playful Trickster down, Fizz has a whole lot less survivability. If we could have seen that, it would have been okay, but Misfits Academy couldn't get it under the tower, so they just decided to back away. Don't want to go overly aggressive, maybe, you know, don't want to give a kill over to that Fizz instead.
Well, that would definitely not be a great start to the game for sure. Jisu taking no chances on the early game. He's gone full Lord of the Rings. Kick things off, and he even has a null magic mantle to make sure he's going to be able to match Sartorius pound for pound, who teleported back up to the top. Meanwhile, down bottom, Yuki's taken low, and Kozq and Syncroft running into each other, flashing away from the shockwave. All right, that got a little weird.
Yeah, that got very strange. Syncroft was forced to flash. Kozq used his ultimate. Very weird turn of events. Yuki is quite low, doesn't have any real sustain left available, but Tabs is out of mana, so we can't punish it. Can't hit like a fully charged Q. Does have heal, obviously, for Yuki and Clash. So it would have been avoidable. Now they're going to recall out. You can see this Varus, this Nami, has so much potency in the lane. The sustain advantage into the Lulu, plus the damage and push power that comes out of this Varus. This is why Misfits were drafting the Varus in games 1 and 2. And now finally, Origen have taken it away.
Yeah, took a couple of games to really learn the lesson, but so far so good. It's a slim lead for Misfits Academy based off of that first blood gold, but that's about it. And we're seeing Origen really start to play the map a lot better right now. And with Sartorius going in, he clears the Scrying Orb, or Scrying Bloom, I should say, and make sure that there's nobody anywhere near that jungle. Jisu kind of arrived a little bit late to not really scout much out, but it has definitely been still a quiet game, relatively speaking. Both players, or both teams, really trying to just pass each other out without having to really make any big all-in plays.
Once again, though, Pride Stalker is a up a significant amount of gold.
Because he's stealing it away from Syncroft.
Okay.
He's taking his lunch money.
Yeah, he is. He is counter-ganking him, counter-jungling him a lot. But it's the third game in a row where Syncroft has not been able to show up as much as Pridestalker, and this is, you know, as we said, this is only, what, his 7th game on stage here.
I mean, that's really impressive when you think about it. The guy is very, very young, just meeting the minimum age, 17 years old. He was putting out Rengar highlight reels when he was 13.
Yeah, I remember, I believe it was a post on Reddit he made about streaming, and he was 13 years old as Rengar, and everyone from Reckless and like the EU Challenger players were all talking about how this Rengar one trick was just crushing them. And it's 4 years on now, and finally he's making his way onto the LCS stage, and you can see that, I mean, if the likes of Perks and Senkux are this generation, perhaps Pridestalker is the next generation of player. I'm excited to see where the next couple of years can lead him. I mean, I don't want to put him on too much of a pedestal right now, but he certainly doesn't look phased by being on stage.
Well, let's hope Jisoo maybe doesn't get too phased by what's going down on the top. Satorius keeping on him. The anchor is not going to fly. Satorius getting the kill now, and meanwhile down bot, Yuki unloads a full clip into Peke, who's able to limp out. That is still an equalizing kill up in the top side. KazQ coming back to the scene of the crime to see if he can pull something off. He has Shockwave up and available, but OG are walking out of this.
And this is important because KazQ didn't want this tower to go down. They actually will deny any force on the teleport from Jisoo there as well. One of the things you've got to be careful of when playing up against the Graves is the fact that he moves in, gets a kill, takes the tower behind the corpse, and that can't happen if Oriana's already roamed up towards the top side, clears the wave. Jisoo now has his teleport available for a little while Satorius does not. And it denies Satorius some experience in the wave. I mean, he just got experience from a kill, so it's not that much of a big play, but
yeah,
it's nice for Misfits.
Yeah, it definitely is, but Origen, they can definitely be banking on Satorius to come up big in some of these fights, and maybe they don't have the biggest of front lines, but all right, Graves will have some tankiness. They'll have some depth denial with the Zillion. Origen have been wanting to take fights this whole series, and if they can get even and unscathed relatively into the mid game, we could see a very different style of play.
And that's where the kill for Fizz comes up dividends, because they need Satorius to be ahead. They need him to be able to duel everybody in this game, to just walk through Jisoo and not care that he's in that lane. And now that he's got a kill, Sheen is there building further down the path. I want to see whether Satorius, with so much on his shoulders now, in the last potential game for Origen in this best of 5, whether he can carry. Because if he can't carry this game with the rest of Origen, Origen find themselves in the losers bracket against Giants.
Yep. Would not want to end up there after 3 quick games. Well, I say quick, but all the same, 3 games without being able to pick one up does not do a whole lot of wonders for your confidence. But maybe Satorius can pull this one off. Talked about them maybe scrimming against Fnatic and seeing the power of the cannon. Well, maybe this is a Splice special. Of course, Fizz has been coming up and up all across the board. Now Satorius going in onto Jisoo,
Misfits
but Pridestalker and KazQ are here. Teleport going to be matched right now, and there's the Earth, but Satorius is in a 1v3. He hops, he skips, he jumps, he goes down, but Nahun has his back, and all of a sudden, it is a 3v3, but there's a Shockwave, sending out the depth charge, gets a big knockup, but collateral onto 3 members of Misfits Academy. Meanwhile, down bottom, Chains of Corruption had locked up Yuki and Dreams. A bubble will keep Dreams up in stasis, and there's another calling onto Tabs. Last couple of shots, not enough to deal the damage, and nobody dies out of that one, but Origen clearly coming up with the advantage with the teleport on the minion. They should get first tower blood.
Yeah, they should be able to take this down with the 3 of them there. Origen finally make a play on top side. They've somewhat abandoned the playstyle they had previously. Now running double teleport are able to compensate for the extra Misfits members up there, and they've been able to at least win the bot lane for now out of the laning phase. This is a better game out of Origen. They've got a nearly 2,000 gold lead against Misfits, and we're only 12 minutes in.
Yeah, this is a big lead for Origen right now. While the rest of the games had started a lot slower, and if anything with small leads on the Misfits Academy side, Origen now started to turn it around. 1 kill on the Fizz, first tower blood. Satorius is unafraid to push deep here because he's got wards all over this topside jungle.
Exactly, and this is where Misfits Academy got punished for that Nautilus while Fizz was still available. Now, of course, we haven't particularly seen Fizz from Satorius. He didn't play it in the regular split. and opted more towards tanks and rumble. Those were like the two styles that he was playing. It was less about this side lane carry mentality that we've seen in recent weeks, but clearly Sartorius picking this up, putting it in his arsenal, can play it against the likes of a Nautilus. It's not the most difficult laning phase to play out, but he is thriving in this compared to the previous games.
Well, we said we wanted to see something a little bit different in picks and bans, and that's definitely been the X factor to start this game off. It is a 1,500 gold advantage over to Origen, and what can Misfits Academy do to combat it?
That's the golden question. They need a team fight. They need a decent team fight as we get later on. It's a little early for that. If they can, however, combo Pride Stalker with the Shockwave and Jisoo's threat with his crowd control, that really is what Misfits Academy will be looking for. Problem is they now lost top tower. Makes it difficult for Jisoo to deny Sartorius anything, so Sartorius will gradually get further and further ahead until Origen, or until Misfits Academy make a play.
Well, they did make a play on the Dragon. That's kind of been the signature. Pride Stalker going in and taking one out, but this time it was only the Ocean Drake. That is critical if they want to try to take these skirmishes, but as you said, they might want to be waiting a little while before they end up taking fights against this Origen squad.
Yeah, and Origen, they have decent fighting themselves. I mean, we already have seen the threat from Graves, the chrono break or chrono shift from Nahian.
Talk about side wave pressure. That's going to be a big one, but right now Pride Stalker in a 2v2, but the teleport hasn't completed yet. That's a lot of damage onto Tabs.
He's out.
But he is gotten out, and now Jisoo with his teleport, they're going to have to try and settle to take down a tower. The wave wasn't quite there yet. Meanwhile, Rift Herald is going to go the way of Origen, and Sartorius picks it up, so he's going to be a real terror to deal with.
Yeah, it makes him very scary now. Of course, damage reduction, additional damage for himself. That's an important one. This Fizz is really going to put pressure down onto Jisoo, and what that means is Misfits need to somehow single him out, but it's mid lane that's getting singled out right now. Cosq has Shockwave available. Origen just walk in. Pride Stalker's here. They have to respect at least that Kha'Zix coming in and the Shockwave being available.
Cosq dodging around the bombs, and now they will back off. Jisoo is trying to back in this River Brush, but Peke is going to sniff him out. Sends a couple of autos his way, and Origen, they're not able to take down the mid tower, but they did get some serious chip damage onto it. Origen playing a step ahead this game.
Much better out of the 10th place LCS squad. This is a little bit more of perhaps what we were expecting up against Misfits Academy. Of course, 4th place in the regular split out of 6 teams in Challenger, but dominant victory over Schalke, and a strong first 2 games in this series has maybe made a lot of people reassess Misfits Academy coming into this.
Quite possibly. All the same, Origen are managing to take it to him, and the few early game advantages Misfits really did have got negated here. Syncroft, even though he was denied jungle farm in the beginning, he's caught back up. His gold is actually ahead of what Pride Stalker is able to get right now, and a lot of that's off the back of towers and participating in those kills.
Yeah, a lot of the farm disparity was caught up by the fact that Syncroft was walking into lanes and just kind of pushing a tower down.
That's the jungle
with
tax.
The rest of Origen. Yeah, not necessarily tax.
Well, when you get a tower, it's paying for a service.
Right, I was gonna say that's the good kind of tax, where it's just like, oh, I can take this tower down for you. Just walks in, takes the minions, and you're like, okay, I guess that's fine. Does it again.
Benefits.
See?
Easy peasy. So 16 minutes, Origen. They've got 2 right now on the board, and Yuki's gonna have to take some jungle of his own. Pride Stalker getting a ward down into the pit. Dragon not going to be up for a while, but Origen are not afraid to push deeper into Misfits territory right now.
They do, however, have to get their mid tower down. We'll see if they can force Cosq back away. That's the difficult one, because Oriana just sits there and just goes, okay, I've got Shockwave. You can't push to the tower. But it's going to be about Sartorius pushing out, moving in through the side of the lane, and taking down that Oriana before they can actually defend the tower.
I mean, not for lack of trying. They've definitely gone in a few times. Once they forced Cosq's flash. The second time they were trying to close the net, but Cosq was able to walk out of it. It's such a stark difference in how he's played on this Oriana when you compare to what we saw in games 1 and 2. Admittedly, it's an Akali and an Ahri game, so, Cosq definitely was like, all right, maybe I don't dive deep every time.
And maybe he doesn't need to go aggressive. Interestingly, Misfits Academy, between games, saw them in the hallway a little bit. Seemed to be, obviously very happy after game 2 with a lead. Origen kind of kept themselves to themselves as a unit. Misfits are making a little bit more noise in between games.
And I on stage as well.
I hope that means they're not taking their mind off it, because it looked like some of their social team were here as well, catching the eye of the players in between, you know, getting them for photos and that kind of thing. I hope that doesn't mean Misfits Academy aren't taking their eyes off the prize. They have not won this series yet, and Origen are ahead.
No, Misfits Academy are trying to change that, but yeah, you cannot start celebrating before the series is over. At 18 minutes into this one, they're trying.
Look at Origen making the play on mid here. They're trading top for mid.
Pridestalker
This is what they need to do.
There's a shockwave though. Oh, the fish is dodged. There's the ball. It's not enough to really threaten them right now. The tower should go down. Origen, they're striking quickly, and now there's no revenge. Nothing that can really happen here. And meanwhile, down bot, Tabs is on the second tier turret.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile trade for Origen here, taking down that mid tower. Jizu may just ult Tabs, but nobody from Misfits Academy can actually get in place, so he's going to hold on to that for now. And Origen are looking for the Dragon. You can see this is a bit more of a revitalized Origen coming into this game. Misfits Academy struggling to keep up with some of this presence that Sartorius is having and the rest of the OG lineup.
Yeah, picking up now another Ocean Dragon. There'll be an Infernal spawning next. That's still helpful for the regeneration on the OG side. Pridestalker trying to get a little bit of a quick pick off onto Sartorius, but nothing doing. He Playful Tricksters away, and that Fizz is just going to get scarier and scarier. He has Glimpse of the Void. He's now completed his Trinity Force. Well, let's see what Misfits Academy can do here. Onto mid tower. It's a desperate push-up, but with the double bombs, that's going to clear any chance. Shockwave pulls in too, though, but Cosq just doesn't have enough damage yet with only the Morellonomicon.
And Tab survives, and critically, there is no minion wave here for Misfits Academy. So it means they can slow down any, Origen can slow down any push. Misfits Academy can't utilize what would normally have been enough of a shockwave to take that tower. No minions, no tower, no redemption on the last play for Misfits Academy.
The question is, when is the time they can start to try to take these fights? Baron will be up in 10 seconds, but that's still a while before you could think these teams are going to try to contest it. There's still an outer tower in the mid to contend with for Misfits Academy. When do they start grouping as 5?
For Misfits Academy, I mean, as soon as they decide to stop caring about Sartorius and just try and engage.
That's a dangerous thing to do.
It is dangerous, because he will just take the rest of the base, but the only way that you can really drag him across is by forcing a fight on the rest of the team. Oh, Pege.
Oh, that was close.
Nearly.
You got it, though. Blue buff secured.
Nearly got that Tidecaller's Blessing auto.
That would be a feels bad man, for sure. Origen are focusing up top now. They honestly, they can throw their weight around for a while.
Yeah, and they know that they can push this wave in. And if Yuki and Dream stay here, there is a little bit of danger, but Jizu's dropped back.
He has teleport. There's a ward behind the Origen squad. It's very deep, though.
And Cosq isn't really in place to group yet. They can sense that Origen are pulling back away from the exchange. So Misfits don't just TP early. Don't try and make the play, because Sartorius also has his TP available, so it's not like they would have got that any faster than Origen would have been able to regroup.
Pridestalker sniffing around for Synkrov, throws down the smoke screen, and he had his team at his back, so nothing doing there. Vision controlled by Origen on this side. However, there is Scuttle Vision for Misfits Academy.
But Sartorius, he's going to eat through this tower if you let him. Will hit W, auto the tower. It's really hard to deal with.
Well, let's see what he can get done. Playful Trickster is down for now, but Jisoo just doesn't have the damage on this tanky Nautilus. Pridestalker caught up in the bubble. Synkrov does not want to go too deep for him here. Dreams is at his back. It's the Ward Wars around this Baron pit, but all things considered, Origen, they can keep the pressure down on bot, and if everything else stays equal, this is a win for them.
Yeah, it is for now. I mean, Sartorius has dropped back now, so Misfits have to be careful. Every time those top laners drop out of vision, there's always a potential teleport play coming through.
Yeah, there's 2 teleports to contend with on the side of Origen. We talked about it last game with Misfits Academy, but Nahun are also rocking it. Still, he needs a lot of time before he can become a huge Zillion, still trying to stack up on the tier, working his way towards the Saros, but he's also got a Morellonomicon and cooldown boots. Mid tower was the focus, but between Tabs and Nahun, it's pretty easy to clear the wave away.
Yep, even the cannon minion gets cleared out easily. And that's where Origen have a lot of benefit here. They're just going to keep putting Sartorius out on the side wave. Keep trying to get him out. Get as much damage as he can. So towers, hey, an extra level.
Why
can't
not?
hurt.
Yeah. I mean, Sartorius is definitely the big threat right now, but it seems like we're settling in for a long one. Stress.
But this is what Misfits Academy need to bank on. Sartorius coming up to this wave, and Bridestalker being there too. If it's a 2 versus 1, Sartorius won't fare as well. That does, however, open the other side of the map. As soon as Bridestalker shows, Origen may very well rush to the Baron.
Oh, this is
and
risky.
Look at how positioned they are. This ping's going down already because Misfits Academy know Origen could have been on it, and Bridestalker recalled.
Did not want to give an opportunity for Origen to try and rush down a Baron. They'd be in much better position than when they last tried to do that this series. Bombs on the minions, dodged out by Yuki, who's continually put on wave clear duty. He hasn't really had the chance to get up in the face of anyone from Origen and try to do enough damage to pick up a kill. Misfits still focused on this mid side. Jisoo tanking a bomb as he takes the blast cone escape. And they're in position, but they don't have the minion wave just yet. Nahun's still here, though, already, and he's got Peke at his back. Let's see if this is enough to finish off the tower. Misfits showing 5. Sartorius coming up.
Yeah, Sartorius roaming up. Oh, Tabs is top lane. They don't have everybody here.
Oh, but that's big wave clear.
Shockwave.
Oh, a huge shockwave right now out of CosQ, but they can't finish off any members. And meanwhile, Dreams is going to have to flash out as Earth comes up to take a bite out of his health bar. Nahun and Peke burning low, but meanwhile, Tabs has free time on the tower.
Again, no minion wave, though, means that Misfits Academy, despite getting a big shockwave, can't really capitalize.
It's so close every time.
Yeah.
But now they're back on mid here. Let's see if they can get the clear off. The bomb's coming in once again. Now they have enough damage to get the job done. But meanwhile, Tabs is still having his way with the top tower with just enough arrows in his quiver. He's going to answer back. That's an inner for an outer.
Yeah, and they obviously have had to, survive through the threat of Sartorius being in the bot lane. Bridestalker went down there. Infernal Drake coming up in 10 seconds. If Synkrov and Sartorius want to get that one, it should be an easy take for them. Misfits Academy finally got that mid tower, though.
Yep. Clear Scuttle Vision. They've got themselves a ward. It's a pretty big setup right now. Bridestalker has to be careful. He sees Sartorius out, who hops, skips, and jumps away. This might buy just enough time for Misfits Academy to get in position. Shockwave just comes off cooldown. It will be very critical right now to try and win a team fight. Misfits Academy, they want to be able to secure this dragon. It's critical for their team fighting ability. 8% AD and AP is nothing to sneeze at this lineup. Now Sartorius is caught out by Jisoo, but Tabs is there. They're going to try to even the odds right now. Peke's right at his back. Jisoo might be tanky, but not quite enough. There's Chains of Corruption on and a bubble. Bridestalker coming in, and Jisoo tabs his way out right now. Oh boy, can he live though? The Command Protect is on, and they delete Peke now. It's Tabs and Sartorius. Flashes burn on both sides. Tabs going low, isolated. That's a double kill for CosQ. And now the Dragon might be the next objective on the menu.
Nahun didn't TP in. Synkrov wasn't in position either, so Origen did not have the numbers to deal with that exchange in the bot lane. Sartorius managed to get himself out, but in came Peke to try and keep him alive. In came Tabs. It looked like maybe they were going to kill Jisoo to start things off, but Jisoo survived. And the rest of Misfits Academy finally punishing Origen on one of these exchanges. Here you go. This was Jisoo looking for Sartorius. They thought 2 versus 1. Maybe this is what would get them the win here, but Tabs, Peke coming down. Look, Synkrov and Nahun are in the mid lane, and there's no TP that comes out from Nahun because they think it's a 3v2 and that they've already won. But then the damage comes through onto Origen. Nahun running down because he's close enough. The TP probably would have taken too long to channel at that point anyway, and the fight is already done. CosQ picks up 2 kills. Misfits Academy get themselves the Infernal.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for this team, and even though they're down on towers and they've been losing, having minion waves pushed against them, they come up with a critical fight. They even out the goal game or near enough, and they get themselves an all-important Infernal. Let's see what Misfits Academy can do next. Pings onto the Baron right now. Don't think they'd be rushing it, not with Scuttle Vision, but they can definitely secure up Vision of their own.
Double control ward.
That takes a long time to kill. That's calculated. That's 8 hits.
That's why they've done it, just in case the enemy are playing Jhin. Or actually, Graves has to reload, what, 4 times?
I remember there was like a game where we were watching it, and I think it might have been NA. The casters were just counting every shot.
Double, like the quadra reload necessary.
You do not bring a shotgun to a ward clearing fight.
Depends how big wards are, really, like in scale.
I'm just saying, double pistols work a lot better.
Yeah.
See, look, he's got help though. It's not fair.
That's a bow and arrow and a spatula for cooking that's in the shape of Earth.
Man, wards just don't hold up.
Are they like flies? Just Nami's going around swatting them.
Golden spatula, man.
It is a spatula, isn't it? It's a ridiculous skin.
That's a ridiculous thing. But what can what can you do? We also have a champion in the game who has a giant anchor he smacks people with.
That's less ridiculous.
Only a little bit. All right, Pride Stalker is waiting to make a very unridiculous play. Misfits Academy still stacking pretty thick around this Baron.
You know
but
what's
they're not going to commit to
ridiculous?
it. What is it, Stress? What's ridiculous?
Ninja Tabi.
How
How many in this game? Already 4 of them.
It's the League of Tabbies.
You know it's bad when there are 80 carries building it, right? Like the amount of you know, protection you get from that.
When you're building it against an Oriana too. But I guess you need every bit you can have to stop against the damage that Pride Stalker and Yuki can bring out. They've been fairly critical in this series, but yeah, Kozku has definitely had a different kind of impact in this game. The Oriana is only getting scarier and scarier. May not have been able to insta-delete anybody in the earlier stages of the game, but you know, he's 3 items in. Void Staff on top of the Melonomicon and the Luden's Echo, and you know, if the Death Cap's coming next, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it really will. Misfits Academy are the ones with the advantage on the kills. They've found a couple more fights, but Origen, their focus on towers from the early game has started to slow. Sartorius has not been dominating this matchup as hard as you would expect, as Nautilus has been able to contain him later on. A lot of the time, this becomes unmanageable.
Yeah. And after the Trinity Force, he's of course gone for a much more defensive path, right? The Spirit Visage completed. He's got himself a Chain Vest. I think he might be working his way towards Guardian Angel. He's definitely going to be a terror on the side lanes, but Jisoo has honestly been able to hold him from getting any more damage on the tower, and that's been the problem right now.
Yeah.
The 4-1 just isn't been working for Origen for the last few minutes, and now as we get closer and closer to that 30-minute mark, a fight can mean Baron very easily, and the fish is spent. Kozku is able to ghost his way out. He's almost got flashback up and available, and Origen have stalled a bit.
Missed opportunity for the LCS squad. Of course, match point on this series.
Can't afford to lose. I mean, that's the stakes. Very high right now. You're not out of the LCS with this loss. However, you then have to go against Giants, who you couldn't beat during the regular split, who, honestly, are probably looking to take out some frustration against whoever they go up against.
Yeah, I mean, they fell yesterday to Fnatic Academy. Obviously, the Fnatic Academy choice for Giants means Misfits Academy play against Origen. You have to feel like Giants, it was a much closer series against Fnatic Academy, but also people anticipated that Giants were going to be the better team in the promotion tournament out of the LCS squads. Origen had only won 2 individual games the entire split.
And it was honestly a little strange to see, even though Fnatic Academy had such an experienced lineup, that Giants were the ones that picked them because they didn't want to go up against the team that stopped the Schalke tank in its tracks. Right now, Misfits Academy are showcasing a different type of play than what we saw with the get Pride Stalker ahead strat, but it's no less effective. Synkrov stopped up for a second, bombs on. Pride Stalker going in, looking for Synkrov. Speaking of the jungler, he's forced to flash away. Now Pride Stalker's gonna walk it out, but that's some summoners burned, and Sartorius is looking to come up towards this top side, but there's pings already for the Baron. Do they have enough to do it? Synkrov does not have his flash, but he's still alive. He's not backed away. Misfits Academy, they're looking to bait this one. Jisoo not in the picture, but he has teleport.
Yeah, the Misfits Academy, they're trying to just box Origen in as much as they can, but the problem is, you can see, Origen aren't really taking any of these plays around here. There's slow and steady out of Origen. They're not pushing forward. It's an even game right now. Misfits Academy push back out the side waves.
Difference makers. Who will it be this time around? The Cloud Drake's up and available, but that's not the objective. Everybody is pinging on the Baron, and take a quick step back and take a look at the AD carries, because that is Gwinsu's Rageblade I spy on the Varus.
This is something we've seen a lot in the NALCS specifically. Apollo's been playing it a whole bunch. Of course, a lot of attack speed, a lot of on-hit.
Get your mix damage in as well, and that's something that Taps can have to work with.
And of course, once you stack it up, you start triggering those on-hit effects multiple times, so...
Ooh, Synkrov He's got to be careful.
Oh,
no death
hit
now, but
Sartorius.
Sartorius, he flanked around the side. Kozki's going to have to flash away. The chains are on. Collateral, everything flying his way, but he's not dead just yet. Finally, Nahun blows him up. Jisoo and Yuki on the retreat path. The Colin gets unloaded. Nahun going to get caught. He's got his own ulti on. He's going to stay alive for now. Jisoo still on the front, but Pride Stalker looking to close the net on the backside. Finds Pecky. Does he have the damage? Hop skipping, jumping at Sartorius. They're able to take out Dreams, and now looking for Jisoo, who's going right back into base. Pride Stalker just never found an in. And now Origen are the ones that are knocking on the front door. They take down the inner tower and mid, looking for an in-hit tower.
Too many high health targets meant Pride Stalker couldn't find himself a kill, and Sartorius, he has the Guardian Angel. He had jumped into the fight. They take out Kozq, and there was no more damage left for Misfits Academy. Yuki was dropped so low, he had to respect just how much Origen could catch up to him. Forced to flash, forced to heal, dash out of that fight. Misfits Academy, for the first time this series, look like they're on the ropes in Game 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of wards right there inside of their own base. Origen know exactly what's going on. Misfits Academy pinging desperately towards the Baron pit, but Origen are doing the same, and they have all 5 members up and ready, whereas Kozq and Dreams are actually just trying to make their way up there. Wards getting cleared out. Origen know that Misfits are not going to start this just yet, and 5v5 may not be advisable given how that last engage went down.
And a lot of the fact of that last engage, this Kozq couldn't do too much. Didn't have the right setup for Misfits Academy, and it looks like Origen have paused the game for now.
Get some word on the cause of the pause in just a moment. But in the meantime, it might be a low-kill game, 3-3, being 34 minutes in. However, it's a very tense situation right now. As you said it, for the first time, Misfits Academy in this series look like they're on the ropes. And honestly, we expected to see a little bit more out of their 5v5 team fighting.
We expect to see some more, yeah. And we haven't seen that many fights at all this game.
A few skirmishes, a couple of missed shockwaves. Hey, you know, what can you do? It seems like Misfits Academy had played a little bit more careful, I want to say. There were moments when Pride Stalker might have been able to go a little deep, but it wasn't a sure thing. And instead of going for the 50-50, he actually backs off.
Yeah, as we are trying to figure out what exactly the issue is. It's Nahun that has paused.
Yep.
We've seen referees and league officials taking a look at the situation for exactly what's going on.
Yep, getting word that is a PC issue for Nahun, so looking into that. League officials going to try to resolve that one as quick as possible. But in the meantime, still, this is the stage of the game where a big fight can start to mean the difference. We've seen 2 back-to-back 40-plus minute games. However, it could definitely turn around very quickly, and Origen have a lot more tools to survive long, sustained fights.
They have more, yeah. That Zillion is able, obviously, to keep one person alive. Whether it's Sartorius, whether it's Tabs. I feel like Tabs has looked way more comfortable on this Varus. We mentioned it, Game 1 and 2, he played Kennen. Did not look as good. Now you've got the Varus available. He's able to win the laning phase, transition that into a lot of damage coming through in the fights, and have a lot of effect with the crowd control coming through for it as well.
Yep. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the plays that just transpired while we're trying to sort out the issue on stage. And it was a team fight that resulted after the fact of an Oriana ball that just went a little out of range.
Yeah, Kozq didn't quite connect on that shockwave. And as this fight continued, this is the one where you'd eventually see Sartorius come into the fight. Kozq's shockwave was back up available for this fight, but Sartorius right on top of him, forces the flash early, Chains of Corruption land. Kozq didn't get anything. Still had shockwave at the end of this fight. At least that's what the indicator's telling me. Maybe it had been used earlier. I know we saw the shockwave to start this replay, but I feel like it's a low cooldown. It's actually hard to say, but either way, he wasn't able to do anything because he never got a chance, even if he had it, never got a chance to really initiate the windup. And you could see where it was with Pride Stalker. He just didn't have a chance to try to get in there and make a big play. I mean, the only low health target was Sartorius, who's rocking a Guardian Angel. So what can you do? Looks like the pause is resolved right now, so we'll be getting back in the game right quick. We will be. I'm going back to double check that cooldown.
All right, well, you do that. We'll take a look at what's going to happen next. Origen, 3 members sitting around this Baron. There has been a whole lot of killed wards in this game, especially around that pit. Misfits Academy, they're just trying to hold on in the mid, see whatever they can get to just try to keep this game within their reach. I mean, it's not a huge gold difference for being 35 in, but there's a downed inhibitor in middle. They've got to keep pushing the wave back out for some time.
So the replay was correct. There was about a quarter of the cooldown left when CosQ died.
Ah, okay.
So could not get the shockwave off because it wasn't there. Misfits now going to start this Baron. They've seen Nation bot lane, but there is a
teleport.
TP.
Jesus
It's dying
interrupting
quickly.
Peke. Yeah, but Sartorius is around the side. They're going to peel away from it here. Not going to take this fight as Nahun was speeding his way in. Tabs is going to get the level up. Just a second, not quite.
Bot tower should fall, though, in exchange for this. Minions will take it. Nahun
forcing out his ultimate. The Chains of Corruption are on, and the Shockwave is not going to be enough to take down anybody, but Pridestalker trying to get one. He gets Tabs, but does he have enough for any more? There's a shield out. Peke low, Sartorius, Synkrov, all of them bleeding health bars as Jisoo on the front line, still trying to tank it all off. CosQ is narrowly going to escape with his life, and so is Pridestalker. 4v5. But Origen on the offensive.
Look at how low Origen are. It means they can't really play too aggressive, but they're trying to stop recalls here, trying to allow those super minions to push into the base. It means Misfits Academy cannot go for the Baron themselves. And Origen, a little bit of a bad team fight for them, but it's not too painful on the other side of it. They get half the health of this Nexus turret down. That will obviously regenerate. But they deny any Baron attempt out of Misfits Academy.
Misfits really decided to pull the trigger quick, and it forced a reaction from Origen. All the same, still having to maintain what's going on in the mid lane. It's going to be hard for Misfits to really try to take a huge fight. And the vision game has been scattered around the map here. Wards for Origen that were inside the base of Misfits Academy have expired, so there's no chance of any trick plays. A Pridestalker, he might be caught out for just a second, but he should be able to walk away cleanly. Throw down the smoke screen, says Synkrov, as they get the double control ward inside the pit. And the Baron vision is covered by Misfits, or by Origen for the time being.
Misfits need to stop this push from Sartorius somehow. The problem is if they commit to it, OG do just turn for the Baron. At least they need to get the Guardian Angel from Fizz if they want to be able to at least maintain position and some of their potency in fights. I mean, you can see Origen look to go aggressive. Tabs back and forth on this fight. This is a replay, eventually getting caught out. Nahun forced to ult himself from this one. I believe live, we actually have Misfits Academy looking to go towards the Baron here.
Oh, round two. All right, Jisoo trying to hold here. TP. Teleport expended. Misfits instantly peeling off. The anchor doesn't connect.
This is the second TP they've got like this, though. They deny the push. That tower did not fall earlier when Nahun TP'd up. However, Origen have the path down mid lane. They've once again forced Misfits Academy out of their base. I don't think they'll look to actually rush down the Nexus towers on this, but Misfits Academy is going to try and find a fight. They need to get damage down from CosQ here.
Bomb
could be a big knockup.
Oh, they're going to go in for it.
Shockwave!
What a massive shockwave right now. 3 members collapsing. Nahun is able to stay alive by virtue of his ultimate, but he's going down twice all the same. Synkrov limping away. Sartorius nowhere to be found, trying to cut the legs off the wave.
And not only that, he's going to try and get in there and deal with the Nexus towers. Misfits Academy know, though, with only 2 people remaining, Origen cannot defend both the Baron play and go aggressive onto the base. Synkrov, if ever there was a game to get a steal off, he's going to need it here. But look at CosQ blocking. Synkrov's low health already.
Not going to give him a chance.
He's not going to be able to.
Nope, he's taken out. CosQ picks that one up. Meanwhile, triple team of Misfits Academy taking down the Baron. It'll finally fall, and Fizz chased out of the base. This is how it all began.
The ultimate from Jisoo is the crucial point on this, because Origen stack on Tabs to try and save him. That allows the position on a beautiful shockwave coming through from CosQ, and that might be the shockwave that eliminates one LCS team from the promotion tournament. If this is a win for Misfits Academy, only one of Giants or Origen even have the chance to stay in for LCS for the summer split.
What a shocker that would be. Misfits Academy on the cusp after a long game that found them on the edge. Right now, they're looking to turn around their fortunes. It's only 39 minutes in. And I say only because we've had 40+ minute games here. But they've got the Baron and they've got a new lease.
Of course, the other side to that is that the shockwave that puts Misfits Academy one series away from the LCS themselves?
Might
because
just be.
Double elimination, 2 wins and you're in. 2 losses and you're out.
Yep.
Misfits Academy 1 game win away from being in that winner's bracket final.
Got to give some credit to Yuki, though, because he was stacking callings, and finally it paid off big to combo up with KazQ. Maybe he got the kills and the glory, but Yuki definitely coming up big, and we talked about this Lucian being very important against a tankless team.
Yeah, although Sartorius has had to build a little bit more towards the tank. Origin have been struggling. Sartorius is quite tanky, trying to come in through the side here. Has Guardian Angel still available. Did not get dropped in that fight, but Misfits Academy are going to try and walk these Baron buff minions up, but they've run out. Look at the damage coming down onto the tower, though. Misfits Academy looking to equalize the at least exposed inhibitor. Synchrov got caught.
Maybe they can get the game right here. They've got the inhib down, and meanwhile, Sartorius was around the back, but it wasn't going to be enough. He couldn't find it in. KazQ, Pridestalker a little bit low, but Misfits Academy, they're stacking 5 members thick, and Origen cannot get a damn thing. See if they can after the reset here. In goes Sartorius onto Yuki, but they turn around. Playful Trickster back in there, and that's going to be the redemption coming clean. Big gold lead now for Misfits Academy, or bigger than it has been all game for them, and they will continue to get the push on. No Baron empowered minions just yet, but they're knocking on another tower.
They've been playing from behind all game long. Misfits Academy now in control, and both previous games they've been in control, they have closed out with a win. This Misfits Academy have shown carries from multiple roles, and they're looking to close in on a 3-0 victory against Origen. Sartorius is trying desperately to peel Misfits away from the base. But even he can't quite get out on his own.
No, little fish, not going to be enough either. Doesn't connect, but now they found Synchrov once again. He's back inside of his base, but the pain train just keeps on rolling right now. Misfits Academy, they're looking to take out another inhibitor. Sartorius trying the same old tricks, but they will not work twice. He has no ultimate available. His damage threat is limited. They're out of minions on the bottom side, but that's not going to stop Misfits from continuing to clear these waves away.
The damage coming out, though, may very well be enough. 15 seconds on Baron buff means Misfits Academy only have a small window. This is the last minion wave to push in. Because Q steps up. Here comes the defensive play.
There's the wave.
They get the tower. I think that's it. They'll probably back away here because Origen can look to fight. They want to get the inhib.
Maybe they'll get a little greedy. This is something to be careful about. No, they're not going to finish it off just yet. Chains of Corruption are going to land on everybody. The fish came back up, but not enough to get any more damage except for a little bit onto Pridestalker. Nahun and Sartorius trying to zone away. But now, Origen, they bought themselves some time, but they need a damage control.
And what a difference one team fight can make. We've gone from Origen having super minions pushing on the Nexus towers of Misfits Academy. From what was a great game early on, Sartorius got a kill, a couple more assists, had a CS lead. Everything was in this Fizz's favor, but it didn't grow any larger of a lead. Sartorius is still at 1 kill, has not been able to push Nautilus in because he's had to opt towards a little bit more of a tanky build to try and survive through a lot of these fights. Misfits Academy have drawn Origen multiple times to use teleport to get into fights where Origen wanted to play the side lane.
Misfits Academy. What a comeback for sure, too, because there was so little we could see them doing, but they kept making these proactive plays that forced Origen to respond around the Baron and peeling off at the right time. You don't usually see that level of composure from a Challenger Series team.
Not often. It's certainly not something we see in the regular split of Challenger all that often.
I don't know what happened going up to playoffs. I mean, we talked about them scrimming up against Misfits, but there has to be something more to it because this is a team that, you know, narrowly getting into that 4th place spot and making it all the way to the promotion tournament. They're on the cusp of getting themselves into the winner's bracket. 1 series away from LCS qualification, and it has been a hell of a journey. They're looking good.
It really has. Misfits Academy, everyone counted them out when they drew Schalke, but they made it past the undefeated team. Now facing a winless team coming from the LCS, and Misfits Academy have shown that they are at a minimum better than Origen. Interesting to see how they would place up against the likes of Giants, who narrowly yesterday lost a couple of games, but still fell to Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, we may not see that one, but One last chance for Origen as the inhibitor goes down. The wave comes up, but Yuki just turns it right onto Sartorius here. And Jisoo is tanking through all of this. Look at those shields.
Shockwave
Look
again.
at that shockwave. They've got one. Synkrov is not going down just yet, but he had a chrono shift on top of him. Sartorius is forced to playful Trickster away. And now with some waves of minions, Kotsku going forward. Not enough damage to finish off Nehun, but they found tabs. Back to
pushing
Fountain.
in.
The rest of Origen go. The Nexus turrets are falling. This looks like it's going to be it. It's a desperate charge for Sartorius, but they just don't have the damage stress. They just can't hang on. Jisoo is still not died.
Tabs is
Finally, he
dead.
goes down. Tabs is gonna fall though on top of it. Kotsku trying to keep it alive. They're turning around. Price Sucker jumping and leaping. It's only Sartorius, and now he just can't hold on. This is gonna be it. 3 wins, 3 explosive performances, and Misfits Academy will sweep the series with an explosion of dynamite.
Big turnaround in that last game for Misfits Academy, taking down Origen. And what a win for the team. Obviously, drawn up against Origen. First 2 games look very, very clean from Misfits. The second game playing from behind up against Origen. But they've done it, 3-0 on the series. They are now 1 series away from making it into the LCS.
What a performance out of this team. Clean, but at the same time, daring, bold, brazen. They make the plays. Origen, they just couldn't respond. And they fall in the series without picking up a single win.
Unfortunately, mimicking the majority of the spring split for Origen, it's been a rough road. And even in the promotion tournament, they continue along the same path. The changes they made didn't quite take effect. It looked better in game 3, but it wasn't enough to salvage the series, and Misfits take the win.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Origen squad, but we will now be guaranteed to have a new team in the LCS come the summer split. Question is now, will it be Misfits Academy, or will it be the Academy team from Fnatic?
See who graduates. See who dons the cap and gown and makes it into the LCS. Well, it's certainly been an up and down road for both Academy teams. Been a very tumultuous split in the spring split. I think everybody had it pegged early on that PSG and Schalke would be the teams making it as the smoke clears, but wasn't meant to be. They couldn't quite get themselves past the rest of the Challenger field in the Challenger playoffs. But at this point, you got to look at Misfits Academy. Good performances against Schalke. Good performances up against Origen now, even coming from behind with that win. And really importantly, they've put themselves 1 series away. Up against Fnatic Academy now is the name of the game. That series will, of course, take place next week. But for Origen and Giants, only one of them can make it back into the LCS. Only one of them can survive with their spot. And it isn't even guaranteed because the second match of the promotion tournament has been completed. We can take a look at the updated bracket as well. First of all, Fnatic Academy versus Misfits Academy. It's a best-of-5. Winner goes to the LCS. Giants versus Origen will follow it, and the loser of that will have to play out in the Challenger Series for Summer Split. Very important games, a lot of stakes. Of course, the loser of Fnatic Misfits will face the winner of Giants Origen the following day, and that will determine the final LCS team for the Summer Split 2017, of course, the road to Worlds. Origen have been there before, all the way back in 2015. It has been a downward spiral for them since, though, and that makes it a very tough pill to swallow here. Losing against Misfits Academy. Of course, now Misfits Academy trying to replicate the success of the Misfits lineup that made it all the way through Challenger and up into the LCS, find themselves in spot 2 in Group B. In Group A, of course, they face off against Splice from Group B tomorrow. That's the LCS playoffs, but Challenger is nearly done for this split. You can see Fnatic Academy, Misfits Academy remain successful. Of course, that is Fnatic Academy, Misfits Academy will face off against each other Thursday, 13th of April. Both best-of-5 series will take place then. Fnatic Academy, Misfits Academy, winner goes to LCS. Giants versus Origen, loser is out of the promotion tournaments. It's a massive day, 2 best-of-5s make sure you mark your calendar because that will affect the landscape of the EU LCS for the summer split. For more on that series win from Misfits Academy, Pyre is ready with a man behind those game-winning shockwaves.
Thank you very much, Tress, and if I may say, great cast on the day. But I'm joined by the man in the mid lane, CosQ. Dude, how do you feel about a 3-0 performance?
I feel it was like the games were like really, I would say a bit clown fiesta. So I'm not that happy about the performance, but like they were not, about my performance myself, I wasn't like that happy about it the first 2 games. The first game, not at all. But overall, my team played pretty well. So, and I think we just had better mechanics than them in team fights. So that's why we kind of won the game. That's what I would say. Yeah, and better decision making, even though it was like really clutch. So
you came up pretty big when it counted, and you know, importantly, those shockwaves were pretty big in game 3. But even in game 1 and 2, you picked the Akali, you picked the Ari. You want to tell me about that?
Yeah, well, the Akali, I played it in scrims against Syndros, and it worked out really, really well for me. But this Syndra played barrier, and they had like Kennen as well, and I couldn't play that aggressive as I wanted because she was like playing on her tower and stuff. And when I went to the side lane, they put Kennen there with Lee Sin and Nami, and I didn't see it coming, and yeah, it was just it was really hard to jump in as well because Kennen had stuns, and you would get like CC locked, and then Akali's not really great into that, so.
Well, the important thing is to be able to at least have fun, and you still manage to pick up the victories, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you know, you're a guy that's definitely no stranger to having played at the top level at Challenger and getting your way close to the LCS. Now that you're on the cusp of doing it, how big is that for you?
I've always like finished, I finished my study, and I've always played Challenge Series next to that, and I always wanted to just experience LCS, and I'm done with my study, and we're like really close to LCS. I really just want to make it and experience how everything is, so I hope next week we can win as well and take a shot at the LCS experience.
How confident do you feel going up against Fnatic Academy? That's winning in, man.
I think I'm pretty confident actually. If we just play how we play, if we play like really focused and stuff, and if we play together and communicate well, I think we can win them. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out, and congratulations once again on your victory, CosQ.
Thank you.
All right, that's all. That's all for us. We're going to go ahead and sign off for now, but don't forget to tune in tomorrow as the quarterfinals kick off with the clash between Splice and Misfits. The action all starts at 5 p.m. CEST as the road to Hamburg continues. We'll see you there.
Will ult in on people. Oh, tabs. CosQ, is he gonna get baited? It is the case, and wave goodbye.
Nice. Hey, that's really good. Push me.
Tabs nearly going down. Pridestalker following. He does get 1. Can he get 2? Synchron's gone down. Pridestalker falls as well.
Oh, nice.
We can kill them all.
Yeah.
But Yuki just pops off. 1, 2, 3. Is he gonna get 4? That's the Quadra. Looking for a pentakill. He's gonna get it. Baron takes him out. Oh, Synchro. Uh-oh, that changes things. He burns his flash, and in comes Pridestalker. Tastes his fear.
Okay. Let's go. I can do it.
Nice game.
I was always a better support.
Baby.
But not coach.
Hold on, Tabs is coming in. Teleport. Oh, he's going out. Chains have stopped, but the teleport is interrupted, and Pridestalker gets caught by Synkrov.
I got Oriana. I go Karma.
Karma.
Good job.
I shield you. Run up.
Yeah, have to run. Nice. That's really good.
Play wave.
Then comes Pridestalker. They take it down. They grab the Nexus. 42 minutes in now. Synkrov had those stats. There's a shutdown for Jisoo, and it's match point for Misfits.
Akali beef.
However, mid lane is where we're getting the first action.
Turnabout's fair play here, and that's first blood and a flash to boot. Nahan goes down.
But it's going to be about Sartorius pushing out, moving in through the side of the lane.
Could be a big knockup. Oh, they're going to go in for it.
Shockwave!
What a massive shockwave right now.
Nice.
Woo! And now he just can't hold on. This is going to be it. 3 wins, 3 explosive performances, and Misfits Academy will sweep the series with an explosion of dynamite.